Hello and welcome, everybody. Good to have you with us. It is a Saturday night. It's the weekend. It is the summertime at the time of this live broadcast. And I am your host, Jim Masters. Hope hope everybody around the world is doing okay. I hope you're in good spirits. If you're not in good spirits, you've come to the right place on the dial. That sounds like a broadcast term, doesn't it? The right place on the dial. That's the broadcaster in me. Jim Masters here. Welcome to the Jim Masters Show Live, simulcasting, streaming, and beaming all over the world with a global audience here watching right now on YouTube at Jim Masters TV and also on Facebook at Jim Masters TV. And it's exciting to have you here. We've got an amazing show and a phenomenal guest joining us. DREAMA Denver is here. She's a brilliant actress, writer, and personality, radio station owner. Also wife of Bob Denver, who you know as Gilligan on Gilligan's Island, also on Dobie Gillis, and so much more. And we're going to talk about their life together. We're going to talk about the wonderful experiences she's had and a phenomenal children's book that she has penned. She actually penned during the quarantine, which is unbelievable how she's been able to pull that off. She's a phenomenal person, a beautiful spirit inside and out. She's very excited to be here. I'm very excited to welcome her to our phenomenal entertainment lifestyle talk show series. We welcome everybody who is a regular, a faithful, loyal viewer. Oh boy, what a show we had last night. Oh my, that had to be epic. That had to be a world record when we had Scott Schwartz on, who was in The Toy with Jackie Gleason and Richard Pryor, and also A Christmas Story, that classic Christmas story. I had an opportunity to go see the house actually when we were doing a television shoot in my professional work, which is in Cleveland, Ohio. Really cool. But Scott just opened up about his whole life, and it was absolutely amazing. If you didn't see that extraordinary extended interview, he went 5.5 hours. I couldn't believe it, but it was really amazing. And I guess it was material that he just wanted to share with us. And that was epic. And that's available on YouTube. If you didn't see it last night, on our show channel at Jim Masters TV, all the episodes, 13, almost 14 weeks of episodes. And think about it. We do the show live every single night, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. So if you multiply that by 13 weeks, that's a lot of shows. Amazing guests from all walks of life, television, music, film, Hollywood, Broadway. A lot of friends of mine, a lot have become friends, chefs and scientists and health and wellness and inspirational people. The show is all about light, levity, and love, or that word we've coined, and a lot of my friends want to write jingles for me on it. Levity. A couple of weeks ago, I just happened to be saying love and levity together when I say light, levity, and love, and sort of stumbled and recreated the word levity, and everybody loves levity. And now the viewers are called levities. So, and they all call each other that too. I think that's really cool. So welcome to all the levities. Welcome to all the new folks that are watching as well. I'm a professional television and radio host, voiceover artist, narrator. I've worked in television and radio for number of years in network as well as local and regional television and radio, on air as a host, a producer, a writer, actor, journalist, stage MC, you name it, all different aspects of the broadcast industry. And just about 14 weeks ago, we designed and built the home studio and created the Jim Masters Show Live. And you guys have been nothing short of spectacular as far as spreading the word, sharing the links, having watch parties, and telling me how much you're inspired by our conversations, whether it's just you and I together. Sometimes we do those host chats, or I've done pop-up shows. I've taken you on location. And all those episodes you can see in the archives on YouTube at Jim Masters TV. But we've just had an epic time, and it's really something that I've looked forward to. Again, I wasn't sure how long we would do all of this since they do this work professionally, but everybody's been responding to it. We're booked with guests all the way into October, which is amazing. So it's truly a blessing and I look forward to doing these shows with you every single day. A lot of work behind the scenes, building it, putting it together, but truly a blessing to see all of you here. So in just a minute, my guest who be here. She's in our green room right now, enjoying our champagne and our lobster and our chocolates and our fine cheeses that we give all of our guests. Maybe not. She might be in her living room in her home, but next time we'll have the green room prepared with the champagne and the lobster and all as we expand. I toast all of you on this wonderful weekend evening here. Again, we're on every single night, but it's weekend at the time of this broadcast. I toast you and you and you and you and you from all around the world. It's nice to see all of you here. Our cast of characters that you guys have said you want to stay on the show are here, because if I don't bring them on, people ask. There's a ton of comments already greeting everybody, and it's good to see everybody with the comments. I love that. But if I don't mention the guests and show the, maybe they're co-hosts, you would say, George Burns, he's here. Look at him. He says hello. He's got his cigar. He's all ready to go. A television classic right there for you, George Burns. And he greets all of you. He sees all of you. He's got a big smile on his face tonight, Saturday night. I think he has a little martini next to him, too. That's another thing that puts a smile on George's face. Jeannie's here as well. She's in the bottle, and she says hello, and she greets all of you. So your friend Jeannie is in there. Silver is here, too. We had Hollywood legend Sky Aubrey on a couple of weeks ago with composer Edward Jordan. What a great interview that was. She was a riot. She was on Batman and all these different, shows. Her father, I think, at one time was president of CBS, MGM, different entities in the industry. And I showed our mascot here, Silver, which I picked up on a TV shoot in Europe when we were in Switzerland. And she fell in love with the Silver Lab. He's sort of our mascot. So we show him on the show as well. Again, the show's light, levity, and love, or levity. So we want to put smiles on people's faces. We've all been going through a crazy, nutty, uncharted time. So hopefully this show entertains you, informs you, educates you with the incredible conversations we have, plus the fun we have together as hosts and viewers. And I respect my viewers greatly in my professional work as well as my listeners. And I do on this show as well. Jimmy is here. Jimmy says hello. Childhood toy from my youth. Parents gave this to me for a birthday, and knowing my favorite color is green. So Jimmy's here. I think Jimmy will fill in perhaps if I'm on vacation, if we can go on vacation again sometime soon, and maybe fill in if I'm under the weather or something. So Jimmy greets you. He's a happy clown, so you don't have to be afraid if you're afraid of clowns. He's a friendly, happy clown, and he's always here. And he sits over here. It's funny how it works out. George somehow keeps an eye on Jeannie. It's interesting how that works out. And Jimmy plays with Silver. So it's good to see everybody. And again, we've got an amazing, very talented and beautifully spirited guest, DREAMA Denver, coming up. First couple of seconds here, we just want to greet our audience and acknowledge and welcome our phenomenal audience. People have been commenting all day. I get so many comments, texts, Facebook messages, private messages, YouTube messages from all of you. And I think it's absolutely beautiful. Keep them coming. I love them. I see all the posts. I see the sharing, the tagging. I really appreciate it. Renee in Iowa says, can't wait to meet her. She is here waiting in the wings. I know you're excited to see DREAMA, and she's very excited to be here. She really cares about people, and she's very excited to be here. Hello, Jim. It's your job to keep me awake. Good luck. I know, Willie. For those who are new to the show, Willie is in Holland. She's in the Netherlands, and it is 1 a.m., like 1:15 a.m. right now there in the Netherlands. So she either stays up all day so she doesn't miss our show, or she'll take naps in the day on purpose, so she'll get up just before 1 a.m. so she doesn't miss the Jim Masters Show live. So that's what you call loyalty. And we always have our Dutch tulips there, which actually we did get in Amsterdam on a TV shoot. We got the Dutch. They're hand painted. People ask, what is that? How come that every night they don't wilt? They're actually hand painted wood, and that's a big thing there in Amsterdam. We gave actually my mother like a big one for the holidays, but Mother's Day. But yeah, isn't that incredible? It's all wood, all hand painted. You see it up close with our technical upgrades here. Everything's like 3D. Those are for you, Willie, because again, you always are so gracious to make sure you're here at what is 1 a.m. there. We have people that watch in Brazil and Barcelona and Australia, Canada, coast to coast here. It's really amazing. This show originates from the United States in the greater New York City area between New York and Boston, right on the coast. So we'll keep you awake. Absolutely. Hi, Jim and everyone. Crystal Nolan in Connecticut. Happy Saturday. I hope you're having a fantastic day. I'm looking forward to a great interview. Good to see you, Crystal, and thanks for joining us all the time. I really appreciate it, and I'm so glad I had an opportunity to meet you when I was emceeing the Chicago concert, Chicago the band, for public television on stage, and you graciously ran up to me. Hey, it's Crystal. And I met your husband and we took pictures. That was a beautiful evening. So good to see you. And Merlin, hi, Jim. Nice to be here again. Nice to see you as well in Innerkip, Ontario, Canada. We love having you here. Thanks for all of your loyalty as well. You've been watching all the shows here, and the guests have really enjoyed seeing all of you and your wonderful comments. Ernestine in North Carolina, good to see you, and I'm glad you made it through that tropical storm. We did. We didn't lose power, no damage here, but a lot of other people, like 500,000 people, were without power, and I think a lot of people still are, tree damage and things of that nature. So glad you're okay in North Carolina. Marilyn, watching in Wichita, Kansas once again. Good to see you, Marilyn. Welcome to the Jim Masters Show live once again. Always nice having you here. Ernestine hopes everybody has a good weekend. We do too. Christine is here. Good evening, Jim and Lovities and DREAMA. We, that name DREAMA and Lovities, it sounds perfect together, doesn't it? DREAMA, Lovity, just sounds all positive and inspirational, doesn't it? Avril Britton, watching in Hampshire in the United Kingdom. They're in England, Great Britain. Hi, Jim from Hampshire. It's been very, I think, hot, right? Hot, because I hear it's hot there in Europe. Hope all are well. We are doing well, and I thank you for joining us tonight as well, Avril. It's a blessing to have you here watching in the United Kingdom as often as you do. Good evening, Mr. Lovity. Good evening, everybody. So had a blast talking with Scott last night. Yes, Scott Schwartz from A Christmas Story and the Toy. I was showing him your comments. He was answering your questions. It was really cool. That was something else. And asking Renee if she got sleep. My friend Paul Green came on, the musician and actor, came on right after. Hello, Lovities. Glad you enjoyed last night's show and all the incredible shows. Yes, I know you like this hat when I sport this hat, right? I'm a hat guy. Yeah, really down to earth he was. Absolutely. And yep, we are on right now. And as long as you're connected, you're good to go. Linda in Alabama. Good evening from Alabama, everyone. Missed being here with you this week. The live shows were all great. Give it last night a 10. Well, fantastic, fantastic. And if you miss anything, life gets in the way and you have things to do. I fully understand. You can watch all of the shows archived at Jim Masters TV. Last evening's interview conversation with Scott Schwartz was incredible, but I would think possibly a record. Yes, that certainly was. I think the first thing I did afterwards was soak my feet after I ate. Toasting for you, toasting. Everybody has enjoyed all these episodes, and thank you very much. All these great comments coming in here. I appreciate that. Ching ching. Yes, we did the cheers already. Thank you very much, Avril in England. Cheers to you. Riley, welcome back. You were with us last night as well. Good to see you, Riley. Fantastic to have you here. I think you're in Tennessee, right? Is that where you are, in Tennessee or Kentucky? You're in Kentucky, right, Riley? I think we talked about that last night. And Christine, cheers to you, Jim, and all the Lovities. Thank you very much. Cheers to you as well. Be sure to ask her about Always Free Honor Flights. This is Paul Dorsey. Good to welcome you, Paul, as well. We sure will. And Ann watching in Southern California and SoCal. Good to see you, Ann, as well. And cheers from Ann. Thank you very much, Ann. We appreciate that. Renee Katz, our wonderful cabaret star in New York City. Renee, good to see you as well. Welcome. And Lucia's here from Connecticut, from Hartford, Connecticut. Welcome. Good to see you here. Nice to see you here for the very first time, I think, or maybe you've watched before. Maybe this is the first time you've commented. I know you've wanted to watch the series, so I'm honored that you're here. I hope you're doing well and your family's doing well through everything. And yes, Riley is in Kentucky. Good to see you. And Willie says it's hot in Holland. I know you were posting that earlier. Hopefully it will cool off. We've got our air conditioning system working overtime here as well. So hopefully you'll be cooled down pretty soon. Now, as you know, I have a very special guest, and we're very excited. We've been talking about this, Dreamer and I, for a couple of weeks now, and she's amazing. You've probably saw the posts and the pre-promotion that we did on Facebook and YouTube and Instagram and Twitter. She's a wonderful actress, a radio station owner and personality. DREAMA Denver met her husband, Bob Denver, who, of course, was Gilligan on Gilligan's Island. You've known that for many, many years. And terrific, legendary, classic show, Gilligan's Island. And that was one of my favorite shows, too. And still, you know, in reruns, everybody knows Gilligan's Island and the whole crew. I mean, really amazing. There's Bob there right in the bottom with the whole crew. That's just television classic right there. And of course, you remember Dobie Gillis too. The Many Loves of Dobie Gillis. Bob in that as well. Just we're going to go over all these different pictures, and there's a lot more of wonderful memorabilia and memories to share with you here on the show. There you go. Some wonderful things we're going to show you on the show. But first, I just want to tell you about the wonderful DREAMA, because she's somebody who really is, she likes to give back to people. And she's doing that with this epic book that she wrote, this fantastic children's book. And we are so excited to tell you about that. Now, again, as I mentioned, she's a wonderful actress, writer. She owns a radio station. She met her husband, Bob Denver, almost 30 years of marriage together. Television icon Bob Denver, Gilligan on Gilligan's Island. Maynard G. Krebs of Dobie Gillis. She met him when she was cast as his love interest in the Woody Allen play, Play It Again, Sam. Did you remember that? Yeah. And after marrying the popular television personality, DREAMA continued her acting career, appearing in a Gilligan's Island reunion movie with Bob, co-starring with him in a TV pilot titled Scamps, and touring the United States and Canada successfully and happily with her husband for over a decade. The birth of their son, Colin, who was diagnosed with severe autism, changed everything for Bob and DREAMA, who retired from show business and moved back to her native West Virginia to devote the next 2 decades to Colin's full-time care. During this time, the pair also founded the Denver Foundation, which honors their son and is dedicated to assisting special needs children and their families. The Denver Foundation and Little Buddy Radio, a nonprofit radio station owned and operated by the foundation, were Bob Denver's last and most important legacies, according to DREAMA. And making these two entities as successful as possible became her mission, her calling after Bob passed away. His desire to give back to West Virginia as well was very huge. He loved this area, considered himself an adopted West Virginia. Bob was originally from New Rochelle, New York, where Carl Reiner, who created the Dick Van Dyke Show and so much more, and Rob Reiner are originally from. Bob was a tireless ambassador for West Virginia, and regardless of how important and far-reaching his television legacy was and is, his love for their son and desire to help other families like theirs trumped even his television stardom. And that's a beautiful thing. That's what life is. Bob knew what life was really all about. Now, since Bob's passing in 2005, DREAMA has discovered new passions and new directions in which to take the foundation, founding Always Free Honor Flight, West Virginia's first honor flight program honoring West Virginia veterans with free trips to Washington, D.C. to visit the memorials built to honor their service, which is especially close to DREAMA's heart. as is the Denver Foundation Always Free Walk of Honor, installed and dedicated as a poignant addition to the War Memorial and Museum in Princeton. Leading the effort to have John Denver, yes, John Denver, the prolific songwriter and singer, John Denver's Take Me Home Country Roads adopted successfully and unanimously as an official West Virginia state song, ranks as one of the proudest days of DREAMA's life, rivaled only by being chosen one of West Virginia's Wonder Women by West Virginia Living Magazine. The American Legion Riley Vest Post number 9 honored DREAMA with their Outstanding Citizen Award in 2014 and in January 2015. The Princeton Mercer County Chamber of Commerce chose her as a Citizen of the Year as well. And in March of the same year, DREAMA was honored once again with the Sons of the American Revolution Outstanding Female Citizen of the Year. DREAMA's memoir, Gilligan's Dreams, recounted her almost 30-year marriage to Bob and received the prestigious Ella Dickey Literacy Award given to authors who preserved history through their written work. Her memoir is her love letter to Bob and her gift to Bob's fans. And in detailing Bob's Hollywood years, their journey through autism with their son and Bob's courage during the last 6 months of his life, DREAMA allows Bob's fans a personal glimpse of the man behind the iconic television characters he created. She became a children's book author, which was an inspiration and aspiration from Bob. And they talked about this some 20 years ago. And she made his dream a reality with her new award-winning book, Four Bears in a Box, which was published in March of this year, 2020, receiving the Mom's Choice Award, the Book Excellence Award, the prestigious Indie Book Award, and 5-star Reader's Favorite Award. She says, Bob would be very proud. The life I had known for close to 30 years changed dramatically when Bob passed away, but I came to understand that honoring his memory, as well as the memory of the love we shared, meant living a full and happy life, carrying on the work we started with a heart as big as his. Well, let me tell you, her heart is as big as his, and a wonderful life together. We're going to talk about some of this as we go along, as we celebrate Bob and we celebrate DREAMA together and their beautiful son, Colin. Some absolutely fantastic pictures here that she has personally shared with us from her vault, from her family vault, her photo albums. It's really beautiful that she's shared these with us, and we'll go over these again, but I just wanted to show you some of the beautiful memories and the beautiful moments over the years. And again, who could forget Bob Denver as well. So really is an honor and a pleasure to have DREAMA here, her taking her time on a weekend to join us. We welcome her. DREAMA, welcome from beautiful West Virginia to the show. It's a pleasure and an honor to have you here.
Wow, that was some introduction. It was really wonderful. I wanted you to know, Jim, I'm so thrilled to meet you, number one, but I brought a friend with me too.
There's Gilligan. Wow, that is cool. Is that a bobblehead?
It is a bobblehead. And I have
George says hello.
Exactly. That's what I
two TV icons.
Bottle. Bob actually saw one of Jeannie's bottles in reality at one point at Larry Hagman's house. Larry Hagman had one of the set bottles, I guess, in his backyard.
Do you know how they, this is like an authentic hand-painted replica that they had, weighs a ton. You know what they fashioned the I Dream of Jeannie bottle after when they created the series?
No,
a Jim Beam whiskey bottle. It's the same shape of the Jim Beam whiskey bottle. Isn't that something? That's how they came up with that.
I had no idea. But that was really good. So, I should send you one of these to keep in the studio.
We would love that. He could be part of our cast of characters.
And I brought one more.
Oh, wow. That is cool. We're going to make it a big screen so we can.
Okay, there we go. There we are. Can we see? I don't know which one I'm turning him here. I don't know. There's something about that I think really captures something about the character of Gilligan with Bob.
That
So I like
sort of
that one. But
that
I just brought this in with
expression,
Chris.
yeah, it's that expression, the head tilt, the expression is so Gilligan, so Bob,
I
both
thought
of
so
those.
too. I thought so
Wow,
too. So, and this one is now these I have available on the website. I will send you one. I'm not
I
kidding.
appreciate that.
But I have them on the website. I just think I helped design them,
You
and
did.
it was hilarious when we were doing it because they would send me sketches, and I would go, "Oh well, you know, his earlobes were longer than that, or his eyebrows were thicker than that, or whatever the thing. His nose was wide, or whatever." Finally, they called me one day and they said, "Mrs. Denver, we love you, but it's never going to look exactly like him. It won't really be Bob." So we have to somewhere draw the line and go, this is good, but I think this is cute. I like it.
It really is. It's amazing.
Yeah.
Every time I show the George, the genie, the silver, the chipping, everybody says, "You know what? I have a doll too, and I have something." And there it is, a
There you go.
Gilligan.
And you're gonna have one of these. So there you know,
I appreciate that. Thank you
just
very
join
much.
all the no wait, don't tell me. Can join all the
Lovities.
lovities,
Love it.
right?
Isn't that a cool word?
Yeah, that is a very cool word. That was accidental.
Yeah, I was saying light, levity, and love, which I usually say when I talk about the show. And then I slipped up and said levity. And then I just, sort of tossed it away a little bit. And then the audience was like, "I love that word. I love that word. I love that word." I had the singer and composer, Ann Hampton Calloway, here. She was on the piano. She was going at it. She started singing levity. When you're on with Jim Masters, you end up with a master's degree. And like, she just was doing a whole like jingle. And it's like, it's
Made it up
cool.
on the fly.
It was on the fly. Yeah, it was
Right.
absolutely on the fly. Well, it's really a pleasure to have you here, and I know you've been excited to be here, and I'm excited to have you here. And I'd love to go back in time a little bit.
Okay.
Um, you grew up in West Virginia, right? So you're
Which is
back
where I
home.
am now. Yeah.
And had you always had aspirations early on to go into entertainment, to go into acting, were there always aspirations to either go towards New York or go towards LA and get into that world when you were a little girl? Did the family notice things in you that, oh, she's a personality, that dreamer?
Well, I went a lot of dance classes growing up and that kind of thing, a lot of recitals and things that sort of gave me a taste as a child of what that would be like. And here in those days, not so true now, but here in this area in those days, very small area, really cut off from, it wasn't easy to get in and out of here to get uh, other places. And so the dreams, I kind of kept them to myself. And until I got in high school and I was cast in my first play and went, oh, wait a minute. Okay, this is something I'm kind of enjoying, and found out I had a talent for it. And my family moved to Florida at the end of my high school years. And so there I was able to get into acting. I got cast in my first professional job was with Sal Mineo. Do you remember Sal?
Oh, sure. Yeah.
Sal, Academy Award nominated Sal Mineo. He was such a wonderful guy. I adored him, and I got cast in a show with him in sort of a I don't want to call it a bit part because there are no bit parts, but it was a small part where I played all the extra characters. And Sal liked me enough that he asked me to do the lead in that same show the next time he did the show, which was out in Scottsdale, Arizona, if I
So,
remember correctly. And so I went out and did the show out there with him, and we just hit it off. So he wanted me to do the tour with him, and it was, sort of a great and wonderful introduction. He was so talented, and I was new, and so he really kind of made me think outside the box a little bit and kept me on
right.
my toes because he would pull things that I wasn't expecting on stage. Not awful things, just things that nobody would know but him and me, to see if I could stay with him. And he really taught me an awful lot. I adored him. So that was my first professional job. And then after that, I worked with people like Gail Gordon from The
Oh,
Lucy Show,
yeah. Sure.
uh,
Yeah. I
Mr.
always heard that he
Mooney.
was amazing. Class act.
He really was. He was like I did a show with him in Atlanta, and I think we worked there for about 2 months. And he was like honestly, he and Virginia, his wife, were like grandparents to me when I was on the road. And he would walk me to the theater every night. He didn't want me walking by myself. And I remember one time getting sick during the production, the flu or something was going around, and I wasn't feeling well. And he walked me to the theater, told me to stay put in the dressing room, went back out, came back with a big thing like this of homemade chicken soup that he had gotten at some deli down the street to make sure. And he told me, he said, "Now, Dreama, this is better than medicine. Just drink it up and you'll be fine." And as I recall, he was right.
It was
I
right.
did what he said, and kept going with the show. But I worked with him and Robert Preston and Robert Fuller and Bob Cummings. You remember Bob Cummings
Oh, sure. Yeah.
from the Bob Cummings show?
Hmm.
And of course, Dwayne Hickman was part of the Bob Cummings show, and ended up when I met Bob and then met Dwayne and his wife Joan. That was a huge, exciting thing for me because Bob and Dwayne, that was Bob's first, big series. So Debbie
Right.
Gillis.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I've had I was really very blessed to be able to work with so many wonderful talents who taught me so much in the process of working with them. And then I met Bob, and of course, that was that. Once I
That
met
was
him.
on the set of Dobie Gillis. Was that when it was?
No, 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 no. I didn't. No, I didn't meet Dwayne on the set of W. Gillis or Bob. Obviously, I was just a kid back in those days
Right. Right.
when they were doing that show. But no, I met Bob when I was cast with him in the show Played Against Sam,
That's right. Yeah.
and that was really fun because I went over. I was visiting my family in Florida, and I had a friend call me, and she said, over in St. Petersburg, they're casting Played Against Sam, and I think you'd be perfect for the lead. You should go over and audition. And I said, okay. So I did. I was in Orlando with my family, and I did, and I got the part. And this is really true. I said to them, I said, so who's going to be starring? And they said, Bob Denver.
Mm.
And I looked at the producer and I said, Gilligan? And she
Right.
said,
Gilligan
yeah. And I went, really? I'm going to have to do love scenes and I'm going to have to kiss
with Gilligan.
Gilligan? Really? And she was like, well, if you want the part, yeah. And I went, oh, no, I want the part. Yeah. Who knew that, that I would be hugging and kissing on Gilligan for the next 30 years? It was pretty amazing. The first day we met, it was the first day of rehearsal. I was there first. And there was a marquee out front in the theater that said Bob Denver starring in Played Against Sam, also starring Dreamer Perry, which was my maiden name. And of course, that was wrong. But Bob walked into rehearsal. First thing he said was, what the heck is a dreamer?
Right.
And I said, that would be me. And he goes, seriously, your name is Dreamer? And I said, no, no, no. They have it wrong. My name is actually DREAMA.
Yeah.
And he looked at me and he went, seriously, your name is DREAMA? And I went, yeah. He took my hand. We shook hands. He said hello. How nice it was to meet me. And I'm telling you, the cast even talked about it later. Sparks flew. I don't know what you call that. I don't know if it's love at first sight or lust at
Yeah.
first sight or
Yeah.
what people call
Yeah.
it, but
Yeah. 4th of July. Yeah.
it was genuinely palpable to everybody in the room. And we were together from then on, for the next 30, almost 30 years. Pretty
Absolutely.
amazing.
Yeah. Absolutely. And a wonderful team too, and in a very demanding industry and business. So a lot of running around, but sticking together. And the name Dreama, that it's a beautiful name. What's the derivation of that name?
Oh gosh, I wish I had a great story. I'm gonna make up one. I really need to make
Yeah.
up one.
Yeah.
Dreama is really my name. That's it. And it was just my mother. She would tell you, well, if she were still with us, she would tell you this. It was her most creative moment. I mean, she just heard the name somewhere along the way in her life and decided if she ever had a daughter, that was it. And I came along, and my dad, this is, I think, funny because I might have turned out to be a whole different person. My dad wanted to name me Stormy, which, which makes me go, I'm so not a Stormy. I don't know. Do you end up being a stripper if you're Stormy? I don't know. That is how I kind of see that name. No offense to any Stormies out there. But my mother said, no, 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 it's going to be DREAMA. I've always wanted DREAMA. And so that's, that's what it was. And I've always loved it. I got teased as a
Yeah.
kid, but I've always loved the name. I felt like it was a name that you have to live up to. You
Right.
can't be a crummy person and have that name. At
With a
least I
name
don't
like
feel that way.
absolutely, absolutely. So, so you meet Bob Denver, and the sparks fly in a really good way, and then take us from there. What happens from there after that meeting? That must have been, that that real energy that the two of you had. It must have been extraordinary.
It really was. It was so extraordinary. Oh, I wish I had it in front of me. But it was so extraordinary that a reviewer who reviewed that show, the first show we did together, actually wrote about it.
Mm,
And we went back to that theater, oh, I don't know now, so long ago, but maybe 3 years later to do another show. And that same reviewer came and wrote another review going, I knew it. I knew when I saw them together on stage, I knew it.
that was
So
going to be.
so it was pretty, I mean, you know, obviously a lot of people tapped into what was going on between us, and that was wonderful. But from that moment on, we just always worked together. We um we did worked on stage all over this country and Canada together. Loved stage work. That was Bob's first love, believe it or not, even ahead of television. But then we got a chance to they did there were three Gilligan movies. I don't know if
Yeah.
the audience remembers this, but the
Yeah.
first one was The Rescue, where they finally got rescued from the island. It was 15 years after the show went off the air. And so I was not with Bob for the series because I would have been too young, but I was with him for the movies. And the first movie at the time was one of the highest rated things that had ever been on television. It got like
Wow.
a 52 share, The
Wow.
Rescue from Gilligan's Island. It was huge at the time. And so, of course, that set them up to do two more movies. The second one was Castaways on Gilligan's Island, where Mr. Howell, they all go back to the island, and Mr. Howell opens a hotel called the Castaways. And this was during the days of
Remember that. Yeah, I remember
Love
that.
Boat and
Yeah.
Fantasy Island. So the idea was it would be a pilot for a series, and uh, it would be set up like those shows. If it got picked up, they would have guest stars come in, stay at the hotel, and interact with Gilligan and the six other castaways. So that was the idea. They did the Castaways, and then the third movie, which is the one that I was in, was Harlem Globetrotters on
Mm,
Gilligan's
yeah.
Island.
Right,
And let
right.
me tell you how much fun that was. That was geese, and Curly and Meadowlark, and
They were incredible. I loved them. Yeah. So
the
talented.
original, the
Yeah.
original
Yeah.
Globetrotters. And we got to play basketball with them, and they were just they were really, truly amazing human beings. So much fun to be around. And so that was and that was also a pilot for a series, same idea. And when that didn't work out, then Bob and I actually did a pilot for a series. The series was called Scamps.
That's
And
right.
I don't know if anybody out there saw it, but it was Bob, myself, Dina Dietrich, who played Mother Nature. It's not nice to fool Mother Nature.
Oh, yes,
Remember
Imperial
her?
Margarine.
She played the next door neighbor. So it was the three of us and nine children, all under the age of 9 years old. And
Wow.
the ringleader of that group was Joey Lawrence. Do you remember
Oh,
Joey Lawrence?
yeah, sure.
On
Yeah.
Blossom and Give Me a
Yeah,
Break. And
sure.
we
His
worked with
big
him
line
when
was
he
always, "Whoa."
exactly, exactly. Um, we worked with him when he was 5 3/4 years old,
Wow.
and he was absolutely adorable. And we had other great kids in the show. He's just the one that people would maybe recognize now. And it was a great experience. It was kind of a three-ring circus with all those children. I can remember hearing Bob. I would hear him go, "Take 36," you know, and Bob would be at it again because the kids, they're kids. But it was a great and fun show, and it did not get picked up as a series. Um, and I think sometimes when things happen in your life, it was so disappointing. I remember crying because it didn't get picked up, and there were even though it was popular, when it aired, there were reasons it didn't get picked up that had to do with the brass at NBC and all that. But once something like that happens and it doesn't get picked up, as upsetting as it might be at the moment, there comes a time when you realize it worked out the way it was supposed to.
Right,
It's
right,
hard to see that in the moment sometimes, but it did work out the way it was supposed to.
right. There's a reason for everything, but
Yeah.
and then as time goes on, you have a beautiful child together named Colin. Let's talk about Colin, and we do have that photo where you are expecting, which is a very cool photo. Let's see if I can we can find that. Our team can find that here. Let's see. Let's see. There's so many. Oh, there it is. There's so many beautiful ones here. There we go.
Oh, look at that. Look at that belly. Wow. that was I loved being pregnant. A lot of women can't. I really did love it. I loved every second of it. It was so wonderful to share that with Bob and his kids that he had already. We all kind of went through it together, and it was really a wonderful
Beautiful.
time.
Yeah.
Once
Yeah.
the baby came, I don't, at the beginning, I think we sort of always knew something wasn't quite right, suspected, but as time went on, of course, it became harder to deny. He's a beautiful child.
Really is.
Um,
Absolutely.
but there was a lot of crying, a lot of that we thought was colic. The doctors thought was colic. And so as a parent, that's what you wanted to be. You wanted to be colic, and let's 3 months of colic and then we'll be done. And of course it wasn't. And we went to anybody in my age bracket might remember Dr. T. Barry Brazelton
Mm.
on the Lifetime network. He had a series at that time
Mm-hmm.
called What Every Baby Knows.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like the expert, the leading expert in this country of, when it came to pediatricians and all of that. And I remember after seeing quite a few doctors, we took Colin to see Dr. Brazelton, and he was the one who didn't make the actual diagnosis, but told us to go to UCLA and kind of led us in what to do and where to go, so that we could get that diagnosis. He let us know that there absolutely was a problem, and that we needed to get early intervention. And back in those days, everything that's available now was not available then.
Right.
And and we did our best to find answers that were available this would have been 1985, 86. But I think back on it now, there would be so much more, or for families who are going through this now, there would be so much more early intervention
Yeah.
things available than there
There's
were.
more awareness and understanding now. Exactly. Yeah.
Exactly.
It's a beautiful
Exactly.
shot here of Bob and Colin at the beach, huh?
Yeah, I love that. That's one of my very favorite pictures of Bob and Colin. I love the beach. I
Yeah.
said that just before the show started. I
Yeah.
don't
Me
go
too.
there nearly often enough, but we used to
Yeah.
try to go a lot, and that's just a really that when he was younger like that, as difficult as it was. Bob, this is what I want people to know, and it's the reason I wrote the book Gilligan's Dreams, which has been revised and is coming out again in the fall.
Oh, fantastic. We'll
And
have to pay
I'm
attention to that. Yeah.
I'm really, really, really excited about it because I was able to go back and revise it and add some Hollywood stories and um, that I didn't add the first go round. And then, of course, to update the epilogue, because when I first wrote the book 7 years ago, maybe 8 years ago, memoirs don't change that much, but certainly
Right.
the epilogue, not much had happened since Bob passed at that point. And now so much has happened when it comes to things like Honor Flight and the foundation and all the things that I've gotten myself into, the children's book and all that. I I really wanted to update Gilligan's Dreams, and my publisher was all for it. They thought it would be a wonderful thing to do. So that's going to be coming out in the fall. and I'm excited about that. And I wrote the book, and I want the audience, anybody who was a fan of Bob's, from Dobie Gillis or Maynard G. Krebs or Gilligan's Island or The Good Guys. He had 5 series, Bob did, back in the days when that was a really unusual thing. So for anybody who loved any of his shows and think of him in terms of the characters he played on those shows, I really wanted them to know about the man, because Bob was, he was, none of us are perfect, but he was such a good human being. He was such a wonderful father to Colin, an amazing, devoted, committed husband to me. People don't know that after our son was born and he had to have 24-hour day care, that Bob and I did that. We gave him that care for over 20 years until Bob passed away. And people don't know that about Bob. They think he just sort of disappeared. You know, what happened to him? Where'd he go? That's where he went. He was not going to leave me alone to do it by myself. We brought our son into the world, and we both, without even talking about it, you know, we just decided that it was sort of an unspoken thing that we brought him into the world and we will take care of him. And we did. And so Bob set aside everything Hollywood. He would do personal appearances and he would do guest spots on shows. But as far as pursuing series work or anything that would take him away from us and for any length of time and put him in Los Angeles for, you know, an unlimited amount of time, he didn't pursue any of those things because he was being a caregiver to his son. And I don't know, for people who loved him, I just thought it was a valuable thing for them to know about him. Uh-oh, did I lose you? Hello, hello. Uh-oh.
That's a
Are we
beautiful
there?
shot there too. Just admiring that shot. That's
Oh,
really
thank
beautiful.
you.
That's the TV Land Awards.
That was. And
That's
that's Kenny
beautiful.
Bonaducci in the background. Did you see him?
Oh, there he is. Yeah, that's right. Danny Partridge.
Yeah, that's right. He was
There's a lot
welcoming
of TV.
everybody on the red carpet.
Yeah,
So,
a lot of
yeah,
TV trivia there. Oh, you talked about Scamps. We got a photo from Scamps there too.
yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. That was a really fun show. It was back 1981, I think, and it was. I don't know if you remember, because you look so young. Were you around in 1981? Because
Yes, yes,
there was a term back in those days called latchkey kids.
yes. That's right.
Remember the
Hmm.
kids after school when it got to the point where parents were both working and they would have latchkey kids at the end of school. That basically is what this was about. It was about Bob played a writer named Oliver, and Oliver was home all the time because he was a writer. I was his mail lady, as you can see. Brought him his rejection slips all the time. And the neighborhood parents who had to be working and did not work at home sent their children, 9 of them, to Bob's house for him to take care of them from 3 to 6 until the parents got home from work. So it was all the pilot was, about all the scamps, all the things they get into, that kids get into, that Bob would have to deal with, the normal things that you've seen before on television, the filling too much, putting too much detergent in the washer and having it,
Yeah,
overflow, and the kids,
overflow and
yeah, just
all
all
the
that good stuff.
crazy things.
And Dina Dietrich, Mother Nature, was the next door neighbor. Her name was Miss Pitts, and she was always mad at the kids. Always, they were always in her yard messing with her roses,
Get
doing.
off my lawn, right?
That's exactly what she was. And you kids, get off my lawn. So she was lovely too. What a
Yeah.
fun person she was to work with. And so it was great fun. I got to meet Joey, and Joey and I he was 5 3/4 years old, and I was married to, Bob Denver. But Joey and I had quite the romance, let me tell you. They had even written a script that if the show got picked up, my character's name was Mandy. They were going to have Mandy and Joey have a backyard wedding because
Wow.
the little, pretend, obviously, because he was
Sure.
a little kid who had a crush on her. So They had scripts written and everything for the series had it been picked up, but it didn't. And when I said a while ago that, things happen for a reason, and even when you don't understand it in the moment, um, I, after honestly, Joey Lawrence is part of the reason uh, that wanted to have a baby. He was such a cute kid. He was so much fun. And Bob and I decided then that we were going to try to have a baby. And if the series had gotten picked up, who knows, that might not have happened. And so much good. I mean, truly, I have gotten myself into so many wonderful causes and things that matter to me because of Colin, because of
Yeah.
the path he put me on that led me in a direction that I never anticipated and would never have imagined in those young years as an actress.
Mm,
And it made life really, really meaningful. And especially after I lost Bob, it gave me, things that were for the greater good that kept me from focusing
a
on
purpose, a
the
purpose. Yeah.
pain. Exactly. A
Yeah.
purpose that
Your
kept me from
purpose
focusing on the pain so much, because I
on
tell
the
you,
loss.
yeah,
Because
losing
for
your,
when you lose somebody just in life, it's very painful and very difficult. But in
so
a
much,
way, when you're losing somebody, when you're the family member, the mother, the father, sister, brother, child of, husband, wife of, partner of somebody very famous,
yeah,
it's almost like a double loss, because then you have the public grief as well as your own. So you have to acknowledge and deal with your own personal loss and grief and the reality of that. But then all of the coverage, the media coverage, the phone calls, the public outpouring of support and grief has it extend longer, because you're dealing with two griefs, private and public, right?
it's so great that you understand that, because I got criticized right after Bob died. I didn't care, but I guess about a month before he passed, and I write about this in Gilligan's Dreams. Um, the Inquirer got wind. We had managed to keep the fact that he was in the hospital really under wraps for months. He was in the hospital for about 6 months at the end of his life. So we'd kept that under wraps for about 4 months. And excuse me, we were doing really well at it. But you have a big hospital. We were in Winston-Salem, and it's a big hospital, and a lot of orderlies and people that you can't keep him hidden away from everybody um, when you're going through as much as he went through. So somewhere it leaked out to the Inquirer that he was in the hospital, and they called me on my cell phone, which freaked me totally out. I mean, cell phones. This was back in 2005, so it wasn't like it is now, where cell phones were still kind of new. At least they were new to us. And the Inquirer called, and of course, I didn't want to comment. I didn't want to talk to them. And after that, they wrote a story, and I have to give them credit. And for the people who read those, what are known as rags, they really got the details pretty correct. Surprisingly, when the story came out, because I hadn't spoken to them, I was quite nervous about it, because you don't know, what they're going to say. But they really did. It made me feel like somebody had been following me, because they knew where I was staying, and what my daily routine was, and what time I came to the hospital, and what time I left the hospital. And it was just really weird, the kind of thing that makes you look over your shoulder. Once the article came out, I was constantly looking over my shoulder, watching cars that were behind me when I was trying to get back to my room, and all of that. So it was a really strange experience to go through, on top of the incredible grief that you're feeling, the incredible pain that you're dealing with, to have to think about that kind of thing along with just the thing that you're going through itself. So that was really difficult. And I have to say that once the article came out, and the hospital there, they were so wonderful. Wake Forest, um, they were so wonderful to us. Once the article came out in the Inquirer, even though it was kind to me and I have no bone to pick with them about the article. The
Right.
only thing it said was that Bob Denver was dying of cancer, and I didn't believe that in that moment. I didn't want to believe that.
Sure.
But once it came out, the hospital was absolutely so wonderful. Had been for months in it wasn't the ICU, it was the CCU, the cardiac care unit where they
Cardiac
kept,
care unit,
and they
right.
sort of moved patients. It was a circular thing, and they moved patients to one side, and they put up security so that nobody could get in to get pictures, because you don't know what they're going to do. You don't know.
Right.
And
Right.
it's I'm telling you, it's scary
Yeah.
when that is hanging over you. And
You have that, yet you're trying to process the reality of what's going on as a family too. So that's
exactly.
extra burden, extra worry, when you really want to be focused on Bob and the family and the needs and Colin and everything, right?
Yeah, you don't want to have to worry about who might come through a door and what they might do, and will they pull out a cell phone camera, and where will that end up? I mean, it was just a terrible thing. The hospital was wonderful. They locked it down so that nobody could get on that floor except people who were supposed to be on that floor. I'm grateful to this day to them for that. And when Bob finally did pass away, he passed away on September the 2nd. And it was so overwhelming. And I was so nervous about everything I just talked about. Were people going to be following me when I tried to get back to West Virginia? I was in North Carolina. How was
And
that?
I think it was almost like the way people are reacting to Regis Philbin, because of the energy and the youthful quality and having done so many things. It's really interesting that when Bob passed away, there was a similar feeling, like Gilligan, youthful Bob, energetic, friendly, pleasant Bob. I think it really surprised a lot of people. I know it surprised me when I heard it. Denver, really? I mean, you have this feeling that people like that um, are indestructible.
You
And
do.
so it was
No,
very surprising because he always had this youthful quality to him, Bob.
he had such a young spirit. And even for us, his family, those of us who and loved him most and knew him best, it was inconceivable that he could be gone.
Right.
That really taught me a lot. I'm not trying to get heavy or be a downer or anything like that, but it really brought home to me that we will not be here forever. I mean, if
Right.
my husband could go away, uh, it really made me understand that as much as we might try to ignore it and shove it aside, not really give it too much thought, it will happen one day. If it can happen to youthful Bob, it can happen. But what happened when he passed away on September 2nd? I wanted to get home. And so I talked to his agent, and Michael, whom I love and adore still to this day. And we did not release the news until September the 6th, because I wanted to get home. I wanted to see my son, and how much he was going to understand, I didn't know. It's abstract, the concept of death, when you're severely autistic. I don't know how much. I didn't know how much he was going to understand, but I wanted to get home. I wanted to be with him. I wanted to be in my home where I could pull the curtains and lock the doors once it was announced, so that I wouldn't have to be en route to any place, because I knew they had been following me around to
Yeah.
know what I was doing prior to all of that. So that's what I did. And I took the internet wasn't what it is now, and certainly social media wasn't what it is. I can't even imagine now. I'd be put through the ringer, I'm sure, but there were people who took exception to the fact that I hadn't announced it on the day it happened. And maybe, I don't know, maybe it was wrong. I don't know. But it was so personal and so private and so devastating that I just wanted a few days for it to just be ours, the family. Oh, I don't want to get teary, but
And
I
there's
wanted to.
nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with that. We did that with a relative as well, where we didn't necessarily publicize it right away in a public way. The immediate family and relatives knew, but as far as like the public at large with our relative, we're still dealing with it, still, in shock and all the arrangements and everything. And I think people that have a soul and a heart should understand. It takes time. I mean, you're not obligated to get on top of Mount Rushmore and announce everything
Exactly.
when it's still hitting you, when it's still
There are people who think
because you're the one
you
that
should, though.
right, because you're the one and the family that lives with it forever, and the other
Right.
ones that hear it and are shocked, public at large, things of that nature, that will wear off quickly and they move on to the next news cycle or whatever. But for you, it's your life, it's your story.
Exactly.
So you
And
have
hey,
every right to.
I don't take away from how much the fans love him, because fans
Absolutely.
love that show and they do love him, and I really did, even at
You
that time, understand that. But
appreciate
this
that, right?
was my partner. This was
That's for sure.
my
Father of
my
your
life.
child, right?
This was, I mean, suddenly I was left alone with the responsibility of Colin, and Bob had such a good brain. He was so smart, and we would always talk over everything. We never flew by the seat of our pants. We just always, we were such partners, and everything to do with Colin was a joint thing that we went through. So I mean, it was terrifying to me. I mean, literally terrifying that I was going to be left to deal with this by myself.
And
It
then
was
there's his legacy too. There's all of the things that are Gilligan and Dobie Gillis show, and there's all of that then to deal with too. All of the memorabilia and just the whole image, and that's on top of the actual loss. I'm sure it must have been extremely overwhelming
I didn't even think, in the moment when everything was happening,
about
I
the
didn't think about
legacy. And
any of that stuff. I mean,
yeah,
that I came to find out, yes, there was,
his
that was part
legacy.
that was part of the package. But at the time, that never even occurred to me. I was most afraid because, of Colin, worried that
Sure.
taking on that responsibility and feeling alone in it. But again, the good news is that people, I don't know, sometimes when you have to dig down deepest and you have to find parts of yourself you didn't know existed, you have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps when you think you can't. You have to put your one foot in front of the other when you don't even. And I'm going to say this, I didn't care if I lived or not without him initially. I was like, you know, Lord, you can take me now, because really, I don't see the point. I don't know how I can do this without him. And there were very, very low moments, and I grieved for years. It took me years to sort of get my footing and try to get my head above water and move on. It was not, it didn't happen overnight. But it's amazing when you start recognizing your strength, and you start recognizing that you can do things you thought you couldn't do, and you realize that there are people in your, I'm telling you what, the people that God has put in my life since my husband passed away, I didn't recognize it initially in the moment. Now I do. But looking back, I can see, the family that was in my life, because I loved them and had known them forever. And then the new people who came into my life that I didn't realize what a part they would play in my life as time went by. But wow, that has happened in such a big way. It's a journey that's really exciting once you allow yourself to be excited about the adventure of it all. Um, and you start realizing you can do things, and that you're not, all is not lost. Hope is not gone. There's always something to live for. And part of what I came to was that the best way to honor Bob, his memory, and our love story was to carry on with the things we had started, Little Buddy Radio, the Denver Foundation, and to um, find ways for myself to get outside myself and my pain and do something. That is the best way to get through things, is to get outside of yourself, because I'm still guilty of it. I have moments when it's, oh, poor me, everything is going wrong. And yeah, I'm sure we've all been going through that the last few months. I'm sure people have been in and out of that kind of feeling. And I don't know, just the best way to, for me, I think for anybody, is to step outside your own little insular world and try to do something for the greater good. And it's changed my life. And I know, I really feel like Bob would be very proud. I hope.
Absolutely.
I hope
Absolutely.
proud.
I want to show you some of the comments because they were very, I'm a very viewer centric person. And I think that it's absolutely beautiful what you're sharing with us, because you never know who's watching this who might be going through something
Exactly.
similar. Linda in Florida says, welcome, DREAMA. Merlin says, beautiful smile.
Oh, thank you.
Derek says, good evening to everybody. Christine says, welcome. Willie in Holland, who's staying up late for us, welcome. Avril.
Willie, I'm so impressed by Willie. And it's so nice to meet you, Willie, through this.
And Avril, too. It's like 1 a.m. now where Avril is in United Kingdom, which is fantastic. So we welcome Avril. And Christopher Joseph always watch Gilligan's Island, showing on TV each week. Linda in Alabama, good evening. Welcome, DREAMA. I grew up with and loved Dobie Gillis at Gilligan's Island. Christopher loves the bobbleheads. Linda.
We have those on the website if Christopher wants one. I think they're darling.
The lovely word was meant to be created by you. Beautiful new word. Thank you very much. Kathleen in New York City. Hi, everyone. Hi, DREAMA. Cool name, DREAMA. I love the name. Ernestine in North Carolina says, I have a friend that grew up in West Virginia that lives in North Carolina now, and her name is DREAMA and has the nickname of D.
There are a few of us out there.
I must say your name is beautiful.
Thank you.
Hi, DREAMA. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
They remember all the different actors that you were talking about as well.
Wow, this is wonderful that we can all see the comments. I love it.
Yeah, I like to bring everybody in. It's one big happy family, you know, the host, guests, the viewers from around the world. Hello, all lovelies. This is Danilo in San Diego. Mr. Loverty and DREAMA, welcome. Linda loves your story about how you met Bob. Which is beautiful. And Christopher says a very romantic story about you and Bob. Linda loved the Globetrotters.
I did too. They were so great.
Movies are all fun to watch. Gilligan's Island, a great show. Harlem Globetrotters, so much fun to watch basketball. Christopher always enjoys Joey Lawrence. Colin, a very beautiful child. And Merlin says she was never so healthy when she was pregnant. Very cute. Linda cannot wait till the book comes out. He chose his son over fame. That's a great dad. That is very, very true.
That's what I wanted people to know about him. You know, that he was just a fine human being, not a perfect human being, but a fine human being. And I talk about all of that in Gilligan's Dreams, which again won't be out until October, I think. But it's I really do.
Like a great stocking stuffer.
Exactly. I talk about the good, the bad, and the ugly. I mean, Bob always told me, he thought I was a good writer. And he said, look, because I was younger than he was, we always assumed it would happen the way it did, which would be him passing before I did. And he said, when I do, he said, if you want to, and you feel inclined to, led to, write a book about our story, but tell it like it was. Don't pull any punches. Just tell it like it was. And so I I went with that. It was, that's what he said to do. And
Hmm.
I didn't, I didn't want people, it's not, nobody's marriage is a bed of roses all the time, I don't think. Um, People go through challenges, and how can you, if you can't read a book and identify with the challenges and see how somebody else got through the diagnosis of a child or the death of a spouse or whatever it is, that I have a lot of touchstones that people can identify with in my book. I'm not sure why, but I have gone through, honestly, in my circle of friends and people I know, I don't mean to make it sound like I've gone through so much more than everybody else, but I've gone through a lot of things that people in my orbit haven't gone through.
Haven't,
And
right.
I think that just gives me, it gives me a place to come to connect with people, to come together and go, I've been there, and you can survive that thing, whatever that thing is, and so yeah, I hope you get it when it comes out, because it really is, it's wonderful. And of course, my children's book was inspired by Bob, so you know,
Absolutely.
add,
Christine says, thanks, Dreamer, for sharing such lovely stories of Bob and your lives together. You're both beautiful souls. And how is Colin doing today? Linda asks.
Colin is doing today. This is so hard for me to even wrap my mind around, but I have to say it out loud so it becomes more and more real to me. Colin is now 36 years old. He, Bob and I provided full time care for just over 20 years until Bob was diagnosed and passed away. And then, of course, I couldn't do it by myself. The doctors told me that. Oh, for anybody who, here's another touchstone for the people out there. When Bob was sick, for the 6 months he was sick, 4 months, maybe 3 or 4 months into it, I had a heart attack from all the stress. I had my son up here in West Virginia with caregivers that I didn't know that well. And of course, I was in Winston-Salem with Bob. And it was just so much stress from it just felt like from every side. It was just something. Bob was fighting for his life. My son ended up in an emergency room with a broken arm, something that had never happened up until, I mean, it just was one thing after another. And finally, the stress of it got to me, and I had a stress induced heart attack. So the doctors made it clear after Bob passed away, I could not do the care for Colin by myself. And I knew that. Nobody had to tell me. Bob and I were having trouble doing it together as he got older and more adult size and all that. So he has caregivers who he lives in a house across the road from me on the top of this mountain. He has full time care. His primary caregiver, whose name is David, whom I love like a son, has been his primary caregiver for 17 years. So Colin and I are so blessed to have people in his life who have known him for that long, who've known him long enough to truly love and care about him. That's all a mother in my situation could ever hope and pray
Right.
for. And I am so blessed to have that. And when that happened, then for the first time in almost 21 years, I was free to, I didn't have to do the one-on-one, which I couldn't have done anymore. 21, that's a long time. Anybody out there who's a caregiver, you tell me, isn't that is a long, long time
Hmm.
to, oh my goodness, my phone is saying low battery. How dare it when we're having so much fun.
You
Um,
got a power cable?
yeah, I'd have to get up and get it though. Am I allowed to do that?
Yeah, you can do that. Sure. I'll
I
talk
know.
to the audience.
We're like really loose here, and you can, well, and I could do that. We'll let it go a little bit more, but we're at
Yeah.
20%. We all know how that is, right?
Yeah.
But it's
Yeah.
just, I've been very blessed in every circumstance. Again, I look back and go, David, Colin's caregiver, came into our life sort of unexpectedly about, I would say, 8 months before Bob was diagnosed. Suddenly, a doctor that made house calls on behalf of Colin took one look at us and said, "You can't keep doing this." I have somebody I'm going to send you. And up until then, we'd never had anybody else um, provide his care. So he sent David to us. And David has been he's Colin's best friend. He's been part of our life ever since, So it's he and his wife, Sarah, their two girls, their family to us, So it's things, I mean, things honestly do, corny as it sounds, they do happen for a reason. There's always a purpose, and um, we can rise up to whatever it is that we're going through. I mean,
Absolutely. Absolutely. That's beautifully said. And there's more wonderful comments here. People loving Maryland and Kansas, loves the stories that you're sharing, Ernestine. This is a great conversation with DREAMA. Christine, thanks, DREAMA, for sharing such lovely stories of Bob and your lives together. Beautiful souls. Some really, really beautiful things here. All the family should know before the public, no matter who you are. That's so.
thank you, whoever said that. I couldn't. The name
That
is
was
tiny. I couldn't.
Linda in Alabama.
Yes, Linda, you are so right. I mean, it's very personal. It's a very personal thing. So thank you for agreeing with me.
Great support from Crystal and Ray in British Columbia, Canada. Loving this gathering of friends. Dreamer, you've got this. Thank you for sharing your tender memories of a great love story with us, Jim. Another amazing happy hour. Plus, thank you yet again. Keep safe, keep well. That's beautiful. They're from British Columbia, Crystal and Michael. New York City, Kathleen Walker. Thank you, Dreamer, for sharing your beautiful story. Danilo in San Diego. I'm sure that Bob is very happy you came to the moment. You fought the loneliness that surrounded you and came out a winner because of the true love that existed between the two of you. You're a fantastic woman. Bob is so happy to know this, I am sure. Greenie Cat says, love your philosophy, vulnerability, making us remember there's much to be learned through great love and how we can affect others from our experiences. That's very, very true as well. And Ernestine says, Dreama, I can certainly relate to your feelings and some of the things you've been through with the loss of her husband as well. Linda, that is it, Dreama. God is our strength, and he puts people in our lives to get us through. Sounds like that is what is happening for you. Thank you for sharing the legacy of Bob's really beautiful comments. And I want to
really lovely.
Yeah. I want to go back a little bit. Here's a cool photo of you guys on stage.
Oh my gosh, that was like over half a lifetime ago. Ooh, really skinny days back then, huh?
And where was this?
This was on stage. I'm not sure where on stage. We worked all over the country and all over Canada, so I'm not sure exactly where. But it was a show called The Owl and the Pussycat. The movie was Barbara Streisand and George Segal. For anybody who back in the
Oh yeah,
I want to say like 74ish when the
George
movie
Segal
came
was
out.
great.
Oh yeah, I loved the movie, and it was our favorite show to do. We had a trunk with all of the personal props that we would need in this trunk. I had my costumes. Bob had the one, costume he wore through the whole thing, and really they could call us and say we need a show, and we could go, okay, we'll be there, and we could just like put that show on its feet in no time at all. Obviously, the first time we did it, it required rehearsal, but after that, a couple of run throughs just to get the stage and the blocking and all of that, and we were good to go. That was our favorite show because it's only the two characters,
Right.
So so you don't have to worry about working other actors into it, and it was our favorite show to do. So I think I sent you maybe.
There's Love Boat.
That picture right there, that was Love Boat. Oh, the Love Boat. It was. And that was the cover of Gilligan's Dreams too, and think it will still be. This is from the Harlem Globetrotters on Gilligan's Island. It's Martin Landau and Barbara Bain. And it was Martin Landau doing a part in Harlem Globetrotters about a year before he won the Oscar, which I think is so great. And that's another one from Al and the Pussycat. Different production, I think, but judging by the stage, I think maybe a different production. But that was another one from there. There's something about this picture.
Yeah.
I just love this picture. I don't know
Yeah.
exactly what it is, but I just love that picture.
This one too.
Yeah, that was at the Beverly Hilton Hotel. We had a camera back in the days when self timers were kind of a new thing, and obviously that was the balcony overlooking whatever part of Beverly Hills it was. And I don't know, he just kissed me, and I just love that for obvious reasons. But and that was it amazes me sometimes I can remember what these things were. That was a fundraiser at the Oslo Theater in Sarasota, Florida. Um, we were that might have been not at the theater itself. That might have been in the hotel room, but we were there with. Oh, I hate when I have to call an actor by a character's name. That's so tacky. I don't. Laura Dern was
Oh,
there.
yeah.
She was just a teenager. I mean, she was like with her mom, Diane Ladd. She was Diane Ladd, right? Right. She was very cultish. She was at that age where she was all arms and legs and really shy, as I remember. Really sweet. And then Louis, forgive me, I hate that I do this. Louise Jefferson from the Jeffersons.
Isabel Sanford.
Isabel Stanford. I couldn't get there. Okay. She was there. There were quite a few celebrities who were part of that fundraising thing. I sat next to I hate when I'm going to tell a story that I can't remember. He's on the Netflix series with Michael Douglas.
I
You
can
know who I'm
see him.
talking about? Yes. Okay, somebody in the comments,
Yeah, I
tell
can
me who I'm
see.
talking about.
I could see him.
Michael Douglas and
Yeah, I could see him. Yeah, I'm trying to
um,
think. I see him. Yeah.
not bald and different. I mean, just kind of.
It's probably going to come to you at 2 a.m.
No, it will. It's go. Oh.
Yeah.
Michael Douglas. The Kaminsky Method is the
Oh,
show.
yeah.
Well,
Right.
anybody out there who has watched it? What I almost. Oh well, I almost had it.
It's funny. It's like you're on a game show.
No, it is. It is. Do I get a call? Can I call somebody?
Yes, that's right. You
Um,
get a phone a friend.
exactly. Photo friend. I love it. He's oh gosh, starts with an A, I think. Um. Okay. Skip that story. Anyway,
Well,
I remember sitting next to him, and he was there, and when his name comes to me, I'll just shout it out. There we go.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Cool.
I keep wanting to say Art Garfunkel, and that's so not
We know
right.
it's not Art Linkletter.
No, it's not Art Linkletter. That's what I keep wanting to say, and I don't know why. Alan? No. I think it's an A. Oh, well, never mind.
Start in
It
the
was
phone book with the A's and work your way down.
no. For some reason, I think it's an A.
Yeah.
What are the names? Oh, never mind. Let's just let that
Yeah.
go.
Yeah,
It'll
you'll
come
think
to me when I'm not trying.
it's driving you crazy. I know.
I know. We're gonna.
You'll
We're
think
just gonna.
about it.
We're just gonna forget it.
This is
That
a
is
great shot.
another. That's another on stage.
Right.
That was also the Owl and the Pussycat. I think
Mhm.
we did so many shows together. You know what? Oh, now that's in the Oval Office.
Yeah. What was
Uh,
happening?
that was the Gilligan's Island. Women in television and film, or in film and television. That organization was going to give Gilligan's Island the Television Icon Award,
Mm.
and part of that trip was getting a tour of the White House. And I don't know if those of you who can see, on the far left of the picture is Roger Perry, who at
Hmm.
that time was married to Joanne Worley,
Right.
in the picture. Next to her is Tina Louise, Ginger, from Gilligan's Island, and then me and Bob, and then Connie Johnson and Russell Johnson, who played the professor.
Mm. What a great
And
shot.
that was in the Oval Office, and that was That was, that was, I don't care who's in office. I don't
Yeah.
care. This happened
Being
to be during the Clinton years. First of all, to meet the president is huge. And
Linda's guessing
honestly,
at the Alan Arkin.
Alan Arkin,
Yeah.
yes, somebody
Yeah.
came up with that.
Yeah.
I
Linda
love
in
you,
Alabama.
Linda. Thank you, Alan Arkin.
I
Absolutely,
just
that's.
interviewed his son, Matthew, a couple of weeks ago, Matthew Arkin, here on the
Oh,
show.
did you?
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah,
Yeah.
he was. I just remember he was really interesting to
Oh, yeah.
sit next to at the dinner and listen to, because he
Yeah.
had,
The
even then, he'd been in
stories.
business forever, and he had great stories and all
What a
that. And,
cool shot this is. They're
oh,
directing.
I like that. That's on the, obviously, the sound stage of Harlem Globetrotters, Gilligan's Island. And the thing I love about that, it's the director right behind me, and then the two people talking to him are my mom and dad.
Mm,
So
yeah.
they got to come out when we were shooting that.
Got
That
your
was pretty
parents there? Oh, that's
cool.
terrific.
My
What
parents,
were
yeah.
your parents' names, mom and dad?
Ruby is my mother, or was my mother, and
Yeah.
Glenn, Peary.
Wonderful.
Those
Wonderful.
were their names.
Ruby. You
And
don't hear names like that anymore, right? Ruby?
Ruby,
Yeah.
oh, she hated the name Ruby.
Yeah.
She just really didn't like it. But you know,
My
I think
Aunt
lots of us.
Gertrude's mother's, my Aunt Gertrude, everybody called her Gertie.
Uh huh.
My mother's the youngest of 16. So it's a big
Oh
family. Yeah, big family.
wow!
And the oldest was Gertrude, Aunt Gertie,
I
Gerty. But her middle name was Cordelia. And everybody loved it, Gertrude Cordelia. And she hated that middle name, Cordelia.
Oh, but
But if
that's got some heft.
Gertrude
You know what I
Cordelia.
mean?
Yeah,
That's got some
Cordelia.
weight to it.
Right.
I
There's Love Boat
I
again. That's a great shot of Bob on Love Boat.
That was on the Love Boat. That's one of my favorite.
That's like a quintessential Bob Denver expression.
Yeah, Bob Denver
That-
with his shades, and
yeah.
that's one of my favorite. That right after he passed away, that was my screensaver on my computer for a very long time.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. And then we have some other cuties here.
Oh, now these are kiddos that have the moms and grandmothers have sent me
Sent the
pictures
books.
of them with my book, uh, which I do want to talk about my book, because look at this one. Now
Oh, my God.
the first one's name was Remy. I try
Remy.
to remember the kids' names.
This one
That's
is
Remy,
Arlo.
and this is Arlo.
Arlo.
Look how clever! Four bears in a box. This is Grady.
Grady.
I try to remember all
The girls.
the two girls. I don't know their names, and I probably should, but their parents sent it
He's
to
in a
me.
plane.
Yes, aren't these so? What the things that's what my book is about. The things you can do with a box. Four bears in a box. In this book
Look at
that I
that.
wrote, the box becomes all kinds of things. It becomes a rocket ship and a boat and a hot air balloon, and that's my illustrator. Oh, she's so wonderful, Ashley Belote. She is unbelievably talented. That is the two of us. That's me at a book signing when we could do those things.
Yes.
There's my book. It's won 4 awards. I have it right here. One right there. There we go. This book has been such a blessing to me, Bob. You know what? Let me interrupt myself before I get into this too much. And I hate to do this, but now I'm down to 10%.
You know what
Maybe I
we'll
should
do?
get
You know, it's a good thing. This would be a good segue if you get the charger.
to get my
I'll-
charger
We'll
and see if I
show
can
that.
get
We'll
myself
show that video.
set up. Oh, that would be
So we
great.
could go to the video. So do a little intro for the video we're going to see, and then while the video is showing, you could be charging up your phone. See?
All right. That sounds like a plan to me. Okay, back. Everything is all about the timing. Timing really is everything. I'll go into the story later of how I wrote the book. Initially, I wrote it 20 years ago. If you've
And
heard
it was Four Bears in a Bag, right?
Four Bears in a Bag, initially, that was the title that Bob gave me. Anyway, I'll explain later why all that got changed. But the release of the book, the official release, was going to be in Houston, at the Texas Library Association, which is a very big conference,
Yeah.
at the end of March. And we were all excited about that. I was going to be going to Chicago to do the American Library Association conference for the entire country in June. And of course, once COVID-19 hit, everything started getting canceled. And we had to think outside the box about ways to promote my new release, my award-winning book, and I couldn't get it out there. So I did a Facebook Live. That was the first thing I did, my first Facebook Live. At the end of it, a really good friend of mine, actor Kevin Sizemore, called me from Los Angeles. And of course, like all creative people, he was quarantined at home with his wife and his son, looking for, when you're creative, you have to have a creative outlet.
Tell me about it.
That's it. The creative soul has to have something creative to do.
That's the Jim Masters Show Live.
Exactly. That's how you came about, right? So, I'm losing my train of thought. What was I talking about?
being involved, Kevin being involved.
Kevin Sizemore called me, great friend of mine. He said, "Look, I just saw your Facebook Live, and I'm wondering, I want to do something with 4 bears in a box. I'm not sure exactly what, but I want to do something. And I'm just wanting to check with you and ask you if that would be okay." Well, I mean, Kevin is so talented. He's a very determined, go-getting kind of a person.
Sure.
And I was like, I said, "I trust you. Whatever you decide to do with it, whatever you come up with, I'm sure it's going to be great. Just kind of keep me posted along the way." And yes, go for it. So he came up with this video. A few weeks later, there it was. We launched it on YouTube. You can go to YouTube and search 4 Bears in a Box. It's a 9-minute video, so that's how you can tell which one it is. But he got the top voice actor in the business, Charlie Adler.
Yeah.
Who has done so many voices, I can't even begin to list them all. He's directed Kung Fu Panda. He is amazing. Kevin got my book to him and said, "How would you feel about reading this?" Charlie loved the book, said, "I'd love to." A mutual friend of ours, Delnora Reed, who you'll see on the video, Nashville singer-songwriter, supplied music. And without, they kind of checked with me along the way, but suddenly there was this beautiful video for all the children who were stuck at home, quarantined with their parents, looking for anything, the parents to give them 10 minutes of, "Here, watch this," kind of a thing. It helped promote my book and make people aware that the book was there, which has been so important to me, because
absolutely,
this book is really wonderful. And now I'm down to 7%. So this is what the video is about.
So we'll show
the sweet video. I hope everybody loves it.
If anything happens, when you get the charger, if anything happens, you get disconnected, the link that we emailed still works. So you can click on it again.
So I just come back that way.
Yeah, if anything happens. But we will show the very special custom-made video about the book, and then we'll come back and we'll chat about it.
Okay.
You're just going to go freshen up.
Exactly. Just taking a little break, folks.
That's it. All right. We'll see you in a second.
Cool that we can do that. Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
You got it. All right.
Okay.
And here is the video, very special video that's all about this incredible book. Again, she's going to charge up her phone. I know you're hearing a little bit of a clicking here and there. That's probably coming from the fact that she's using her phone. And sometimes, you don't hear the clicking now. That's because it's on her end, and it's probably the phone, and it goes in and out. Again, this isn't, this is the internet, and you're going to have things like that every once in a while. It's not a perfectly executed science yet, maybe like a movie or television or radio. But you don't hear the clicking now because it's probably coming on her end, because her cell phone was, near almost exhausted with its battery life. So she's going to go charge it up, which is perfect, because we have this video we want to show you that was custom made. This is her new children's book, and it's absolutely incredible. 4 Bears in a Box by DREAMA Denver. And again, what wonderful stories she's sharing with us, right? About Bob Gilligan on Gilligan's Island and Adobe Gillis, and the wonderful meeting, and their beautiful child, Colin, and all these fantastic things that you're seeing here on the Jim Masters Show Live. If you're just joining us, I'm your host, Jim Masters, and this is the Entertainment Lifestyle Talk Show series, the Jim Masters Show Live. Our very special guest is actress, writer, radio station owner, the incredible DREAMA Denver, who is the wife of legendary actor Bob Denver, who was Gilligan on Gilligan's Island and Dobie Gillis and so many other productions. And she's opening up her life quite intimately with us here on the show, and I certainly hope you're enjoying it. She's enjoying all these beautiful comments, so keep them coming. And now here's that beautiful, beautiful video. And again, this is the book. So many awards have been won as well for Four Bears in a Box. And the book goes back some 20 years when she first initially was thinking about the germ of the idea. So enjoy this video about the book and some of the incredible folks, Kevin Sizemore, the really popular actors in this video as well. We're showing it here exclusively on the Jim Masters Show Live. We hope you're enjoying it. Hope you're having a great night with us. Keep the comments coming. I'm enjoying the time with you as well, as is DREAMA, coming to you live from her beautiful home in West Virginia, USA. All right. And if your volume is low, just turn up your volume. And again, you can see this interview, this exclusive interview again in our archives at Jim Masters TV on YouTube, which is what we're streaming and simulcasting on right now on YouTube at Jim Masters TV and Facebook at Jim Masters TV. All right, so going to set up the video. There is actor Kevin Sizemore. I'm going to show it to you here live right now, Four Bears in a Box, which is all about her phenomenal new book. And we'll toss it off to Kevin.
Hello, everyone. My name is Kevin Sizemore, and my puppy Meadow and I are in my backyard here in Los Angeles. I read a book called Four Bears in a Box by DREAMA Denver. Now, not only is DREAMA a dear friend of mine, but she's also from my home state of West Virginia. Since we have social distancing and the kids are all staying at home right now, we thought this would be a great way for them to be able to see this book in a different way. So we put something very special for you to check out. We hope you enjoy it. It's led by one of the greatest voiceover actors of all time, Charlie Adler, and a dear friend of mine that I went to high school with back in Princeton, West Virginia, musician Delnor Reed. So with the help of my wife, Gina, and my son, Gunnar, we all put this together in efforts to give everyone maybe some time just to think about other things and give you some entertainment. But first and foremost, we want to say thank you to all of the people that are on the front lines, our doctors, our nurses, the people at the grocery store, men and women that are driving food across the country to make sure that we're able to eat. We just want to say we appreciate you, and we can't wait to get back to normal. So we hope that everyone sits back for just a few minutes and enjoys
Four Bears in a Box by DREAMA Denver and illustrated by Ashley Belote. This book is dedicated to those of you who get lost in the beauty of imagination.
We've nothing to do, said the three little bears while moping around on their three little chairs. We've ridden our bicycles, played with our trains, skateboards, kaleidoscopes, pinwheels, and planes. Oh, we've eaten our lunch, we've played in the yard. Finding something to do is really quite hard. I've got it, said Clyde. Two of us could go hide. But the other two bears shook their heads side to side. Then Sadie chimed in. We could go for a swim.
But the other two shivered and said, "Ooh, let's stay in."
I know what we could do, said the youngest bear, Boo. Let's go ask our mom.
And away they all flew. They raced down the hallway with three noses twitching. They knew they'd find Mom hard at work in the kitchen. She's baking their favorites, and they squealed with delight. They barely could wait until later tonight. A friend could sleep over and share all their fun, when the rooms had been cleaned and their chores had been done, and that's when they knew they had something to do. Grabbing a ladder, Clyde ran to the den. He'd clean all the bookshelves for Mama, and then he'd run and help Sadie wash and dry the dishes, and then feed the cat and the dog and the fishes. Boo wanted to help, so he started to yelp,
Here I am. Lay down here, please. Let me help.
Boo couldn't reach high since he was the smallest. He needed some help reaching shelves that were tallest. Clyde said he'd teach him to stand on the ladder. It's really quite easy. Hey, Boo, what's the matter? Up on the top, Boo began feeling queasy. He teetered and tottered and felt quite uneasy. He looked left, he looked right, and then fell with a crash. He picked himself up and started to laugh. Soon his mother and brother and sister joined in, but wanted to try it again and again. No, no, said his mother, that is all for today. You've worked very hard, and now it's time to play. I promised a treat, a reward, a surprise. So stay right behind me. Don't open your eyes. 6 little feet followed close behind Mother. 6 little hands held on tight to each other. Then Mama said stop, and they stopped just in time to hear the garage door lift up from behind. They turned. There was Dee, their very best friend. They stuck with each other through thick and through thin. Dee's here, Mama said, to go share in the fun. She's the treat that I promised for a job so well done. But that isn't all. There's another surprise. Explore the garage where the secret resides. 4 bears tiptoed in, not quite sure what they'd find. They peeked and they saw what Mama left behind. Dee turned on the lights and they knew right away. There was no need to fret. What an awesome display! A rocket ship, a race car, a yellow submarine, a throne for a queen or even a king. A fast train, a castle, a brown cardboard box could become anything. It was big, really big. They could all fit inside.
Oh, what fun. Let's go try it,
Said Sadie and Clyde. 4 bears in a box. No, a boat. No, a plane. They scampered around their imagined terrain. They climbed up a rope on the side of the box, which became a steep cliff with sharp, jagged rocks. Then the box was transformed, turning into a skiff.
Oh, I smell the salt air,
Sadie said as she sniffed. They sailed the calm seas, a vast ocean of blue. Then, like magic, the box was a hot air balloon. As they flew through the sky, they looked down on an island. A man in a red shirt waved back at them, smiling. They toppled and teetered and tossed in the box. They tumbled through space like 4 astronauts. They chuckled and chortled and giggled and snickered till somebody sneezed and the spacecraft lights flickered. Exclaimed Boo, caught off guard by the impact. He shot to the top of the box, which was jam-packed. Boo flew out first because he was the smallest. Clyde flew out last because he was the tallest. Somewhere in between them came Dee and then Sadie, trying their best to appear little ladies. Oh, boy, this was fun. What a great game to play. They would never forget a fun day like today. So, if you decide you've nothing to do, think about Sadie, Clyde, Dee, and Boo. Fun can be found in all sorts of things. That's the magic that make-believe brings. Oh, what an adventure. The thrills never stopped. 4 little bears in a brown cardboard box. My name is Charlie Adler.
Buster Bunny,
Candy Tunes.
Cow, Chicken,
Red Guy.
Starscream, Beverly Big Head.
And Ed.
Hi, I'm Delnora Reed.
Battle cry, battle cry. You don't have to be.
Thank y'all so much.
Thanks for tuning in.
Thank you, Kevin. Hi, Charlie. Thank you. Mwah.
So that's it. Thank you so much for tuning in to our version of 4 Bears in a Box. Now we would like for you to take a picture with the book and or even take a few pages out of the book and recreate some of those characters yourself by using your own voice. And if you do so, make sure you hashtag 4Bears in a box on your social media, and we'll be sure to see them and repost them. So thank you so much. All my best.
4 bears in a box. Battle cry. Battle cry. Let the walls fall down tonight.
Wasn't that incredible? That was really amazing, and loved having that to share. And you get yourself all set up there, right?
I'm trying. It's not charging. Wait a minute. I'm trying to figure
It's
out why
not
it's
charging.
not charging.
Don't you just love the internet?
Oh, goodness. Just
Put me
keep
back in a
talking.
television. I want to be back in a television
I know.
studio or a radio station or stage. The internet is so crazy. So many wacky things.
I'm just checking.
This is funny. I love this because things like this happen, which is cool. Remember Scott Schwartz last night ran off and he got some stuff. I think the clicking is coming from her end. There's probably something on her phone, like an app or something that's still on.
No,
So
I think I
you're trying to get it.
don't have a clue what's going on.
You're trying to
hang
get
on, I've got to switch the phone this way to see if it. Yeah.
Everybody
Okay, it
loves
looks
the
like maybe-
story. And they said it was so
Oh,
sweet,
good. I'm so glad.
incredible. That was so cute. This is amazing. I
Thank
enjoyed
you.
it.
It was such a
Labor of love.
I'm sorry, I'm all distracted with this. Are we okay? Do we think?
Yeah, you look good. So everything sounds good.
I think
Is it
it's
charging or are you
I
down
don't-
to?
Well, see, I have to turn. Sorry, folks. Don't get dizzy.
No, that's okay.
It looks like it's charging. I think. See, we've talked such a long time. We wore my phone out.
You wore the phone
I've never
out.
had that happen before. I like it. Okay.
You like it, right?
All right. All right. We'll see. If I die and I'm gone, I love you guys. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoyed the video. It was good.
It was terrific. Absolutely. And again, this book goes back some 20 years, right? You were saying this was 4 Bears in a Bag originally.
Whoa. Hello. I just lost.
Slight earthquake in West Virginia.
Well, we are in the middle of a pandemic.
You know how it is. You know how it is, Dreama. You know how it is. This is the stuff people really like to see.
Okay, well,
They like all this.
this.
They like the behind the scenes craziness, right? This is what they really like to see.
Well, we're having plenty of that. I tell you
We're certainly
Yeah,
entertaining them tonight.
That clicking, you think that's coming from my end, right?
Yeah, there you might have an app or a screen or something up on the phone, Zoom, Skype, Facebook, Gmail. If there's other apps up, it creates like a clicking sound.
Well, there are other apps on my phone, but nothing else is opened. So
Yeah.
I don't know. I keep thinking maybe it's because of the. Oh, okay. I'm checking one more time. Let me see. Oh, it's up to 12. So it
Oh,
is working.
good.
All right.
So
at
the
least we
phrase.
know that part.
This is
is
funny.
working.
This
Okay.
everybody.
I
Let's
didn't
say
know other guesses.
we'll say
What?
I think I can. I think I can. I think I can to the phone, right?
Exactly. And see, I'm sure your other guests haven't had these technical problems. So
Oh, sure they have. Absolutely. Yeah, sure. Things happen. This is the internet. It's not a movie set or television station or radio station. The internet is funky. You're dealing with Wi-Fi and signals and clouds but you're
exactly.
here.
Mountains in my case,
You're in the mountains too, and that internet and Wi-Fi, the mountains, they don't agree. But congratulations on these awards. You've
Thank
won
you.
multiple awards for this book. the response. And again, I want to show those kids pictures again, because it mentions in the video the opportunity for pictures to be sent in with the book, which I think is a really beautiful thing that you're doing, Dreama. It just shows that, you really care and you really love people and children. And what was the inspiration, the initial inspiration for this book that you penned years ago?
Well, let's see. First of all, I guess Colin was about 15 years old, and being autistic, he loved, anybody who deals with autism knows that often autistic people are not affectionate and cuddly. They're not huggy and all that. So the only time Colin was really huggy and lovey, uh, not the only time, but the major time when he was during story time, and he loved being read to. So, to get my kid to cuddle up with me and all that, I would read endlessly. I mean, and I have read Dr. Seuss, every single one of them, tens of thousands of times, no exaggeration. And so Bob came to me one day when Colin was about 15, and he said, "Honey, I think you should write a children's book." And I went, "Oh, you do you?" And he was like, "Yeah, I think you should try it. Again, you're a good writer and you've got the rhyme thing down." Colin loved the rhyme part of everything, and
Oh,
he loved
sure.
the action words, and
Right.
I love rhyme.
Yeah, me
And
too.
so I said, "Well, I could try it, but I'd have to come up with, something that kids would be drawn to, something they would respond to." And he goes, "Don't worry, I've already got the title." And I went, "Okay, so what's the title?" And he said, "The title is Four Bears in a Bag." And I went, "Exactly what would four bears be doing in a bag?" And he looked at me and went, "That's what you got to figure out." So I went, "Okay." So I spent months going for walks, um, thinking in rhyme, dreaming in rhyme, eating and drinking and sleeping in rhyme. Got the story written, uh, got a big thumbs up from Bob, read it to Colin. He never, until this happened, he didn't see it in book form, but I read it to him and he loved it and responded to it anyway. And that was all cool. And we thought, okay, we're going to try to do something with this. And then, as often happens, life got in the way. I know that we can all identify with that. Our son got older. Like I said, he was 15 when I did this, and he got older and more of a challenge when it came to handling him. And at that point, we had been doing 24/7, 365 care for 15 years. So we were worn out. And then, of course, Bob got sick, was diagnosed, and 6 months later passed away. And the bears got put away. And I just forgot about them. I didn't give them a thought until last spring when I was doing, I don't know, ladies, if any of you do this, but as I've gotten older, um, I get this, I don't know if guys get this or not. You'll have to tell me, Jim, but I get this urge to purge. It's like I just want to get rid of stuff. And so I was in one of those spring cleaning urge to purge moods,
I think a lot of
and I was
people
going
are
through
doing that
drawers and
now with the pandemic and all this home time. I think a lot of
yeah,
people are purging a lot of things in their life.
exactly. And this was even before that I had this urge. And so I was going through drawers and, trying to, you can imagine with Bob and with photos, and there's a lot of stuff that is career related that, I have here and there. So I was trying to organize everything, get things together. And I saw this envelope, and it was too light to be pictures. And I thought, well, I wonder what this is. And I opened it up and pulled out the typewritten pages of Four Bears in a Bag. And I went, wow, I have a manager now. Ooh. So I called
Yeah.
my manager, Burke Allen, and I said, I wrote a children's book. And he goes, great. When? And I went, 20 years ago. And he went, okay. And I said, I'm going to take pictures of the pages and I'm going to text them to you so you can read it. I mean, technology, right? So
Yeah.
I texted the typewritten pages. I mean, I took a picture and texted them, and he read it, and he right away, I mean, in no time, found a wonderful independent publisher called Headline Books, who saw potential in it, really loved it, thought it was darling, and said yes, they would take it on. Since I'm not an artist, I can barely draw stick figures. Uh, Wonderful artist. Oh, she's so amazing. Ashley Belote, who is incredibly talented. I mean, her work is just, go to her website and look, ashleybelote.com. It's just amazing what she has done. And so she got the story and started working on, her ideas for what the bears would look like. Now, I don't know if you guys noticed, if it stayed on screen long enough, but the pencil sketches that you saw during the video of the bears, those were done by Bob, because the original plan was that he would illustrate the book. And of course, we never had a chance to make that happen. But when I found the pages, I found his original sketches of just sitting one day, pencil sketches of what he thought the bears would look like. So that was very cool. And so Ashley, I was actually doing an honor flight. I was in Washington, D.C., and Burke was there. Burke is based in Washington, D.C., and he got something on his phone. He said, "Come look at this." And I walked over, and it was her original drawing of the way she envisioned the bears. And I loved it. Really, it actually made me cry to see them come to life that way. And then we were off and running. So by the following spring, this spring, 2020, we were ready to launch the book. And, at some big conferences where we thought, it would get a lot of play and people would, because it was winning awards already prior to even being officially released. So, and then COVID-19 happened, and oh well, that changed things for all of us, didn't it?
Yeah, it sure did.
It was,
So
it
you're
amazing.
planning for the fall? Is that what's happening, or can people get it now?
Oh no, people can get it now.
Is it on
No,
Amazon?
It came out officially in March, the way it was supposed to.
Right.
It came out in March, but we couldn't have the official launch the way we had planned. So we had to think outside the box, that magical box. We had to figure out a magical way
Box
to
is the
get the word
theme.
about the book out there. And so that's what we did. Like I said, I did a Facebook Live. It is available, the book, for any of you who might want it. And if you have kids in your life, grandkids in your life, nieces, nephews, friends, children, the book is really from 0 to probably 9 years of age. As they're, 7, 8, and 9, they can probably read it to themselves. But it's a wonderful read aloud book written a la Dr. Seuss, because that's what my son loved so much. And you can get it at bobdenver.com. And if you get it there, you get it autographed, and I'll get it out to you right away. I personally do it. I take the orders. I personally sign the books and put them in the mail and get them out to you. So it's also available, if you don't care about the autograph, it's also available at Amazon, amazon.com.
Christine has a beautiful comment here. I can relate, I've helped with an adult girl with autism from her age 16 to 30, understand how many with autism respond to music, arts, nature, creative books. And I get, of course, the frustrations too, talked of earlier. Bless you for creating this terrific book, from Christine Clifton.
Oh, thank you, Christine, so much. I honestly, not just because it's my book, I really believe it should be in every school library. If we ever go back to school, we don't know what's going on, but I think it should be in, every school library. And I did a Zoom thing with a school board up in Long Island, and they're actually getting it. There's a name for what they call the older students who would be like my son, who have special needs. They told me, I did a Zoom with them, and all these young people told me that I'm their favorite author, which is, and they look to be 16, 18, 20 years old, but they loved Four Bears in a Box, gave me all kinds of ideas for another bear book. I have actually written the second bear book, and I'm guessing that will come out in the spring. We don't have a definite time, but I would like to do a series of Four Bear books and have them go on all kinds of adventures in the magical box,
I would imagine Bob would be very proud to know that all of this came to fruition like this, huh, Dreama?
I think he would be. First of all, when I first saw the book in print, I was like, honey, look at this, your drawings that you sat on the sofa just sketching little bears to just show me something, those are all, they're out there now. They're in a book that's winning awards, and your art is out there. I think he would just be blown away. Bob loved children, and children adored him. Obviously, the Gilligan character, kids responded to, but he just had this connection with kids where like during autograph signings and things, he didn't relate to them like they were little kids. And one thing they called him, which was so cute, little children, we're talking toddler size, who couldn't pronounce Gilligan because they didn't have the L's down yet, called him so appropriately, they called him Gigglin.
Yeah.
So in my bear books, when we're looking for the man in the red shirt, we're looking for Gigglin, not Gilligan,
That's
because
perfect.
it's just so appropriate. So kids always loved him. He had a real connection with children, and the fact that I and Ashley have put something out into the world, something positive for our kids. This book, you saw the video. It's all about imagination. It's
Yeah.
about getting off your devices and not looking at the iPad 24 hours a
Right.
day, and actually letting your imagination soar, letting your imagination run wild. And I love when kids get the boxes and make them into something, and try to try to get creative with it. That it's really about imaginative play and
It's
about
beautiful.
using your imagination, which I think is so important now.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely. Because we're
I
in
think
such a
Bob would be really.
very proud. Absolutely. Because we're in such a technical world where it's all video games and everything is done for the kids now. So the creativity and fostering creativity in children is still very important, right?
Oh wow, it is so. To me, it's the most important thing. And books are, of course, now I'm probably old fashioned, but I've talked to Charlie Adler, who read the book, about this, and his theory, and he's right, is that we need to make sure there are books in every child's hand, that they can, again, put away the devices, open up my book, some book, read the story. Um, every time you pick up a book, even as an adult, I don't care what book it is, you learn something. There's something in that book to um, maybe make you think, or something to like my next book. I don't want to give too much of it away, but the bears go to the beach because I love the beach. I told you that. So I thought, okay, if I can't go, I'm going to send the bears there.
You're
And
welcome to
they
come
go to the
eat
beach
with the
looking.
bears anytime you want. We'll be waiting for you.
Okay, I just figure, they go back to the beach where they saw the man in the red shirt, looking for the man in the red shirt, and they meet all kinds of characters who are nothing like them, which I think is also timely for this day and age. They meet, Krabby Crab, and Tucker Turtle, and all these different kind of sea creatures who are very different than they are, but they learn through that experience to love each other and to celebrate how different they are and why, you know. So I don't know, I'm just really excited. I think the Gigglin character will be part of every book, some way, somehow. That's how I feel like I honor Bob's memory, and in the way I know how to do that. So it's pretty, it's pretty
There's some,
exciting. And I have to tell you one thing that surprised the heck out of me
yeah.
was what it did to my heart to be a children's author. When
Oh,
people started buying my book and saying, I can't wait to read this to my grandson or my daughter or my niece, to think of people taking this book home and curling up on the bed with their little one, whatever that relationship is, and them together reading my story, just, it's such a blessing. It just fills my heart
Right to the
in a
heart.
way that I have trouble even explaining. It's
Even
pretty amazing.
expressing in words, right? And that's a beautiful thing because, you know, you've written this from your heart, and it's something that touches the soul, and that's a reflection of who Bob was, but a reflection of who you are. And I think it's a beautiful thing. His elements and essence is in the book, and yours is as well together. It's really extraordinary. And I encourage folks to make sure that they get the book and look for other works coming from you, Dream. There's something else too that people might not be aware of that I know is near and dear to your heart as well. And it's the Always Free Honor Flight. And I'd love, we have some wonderful photos that you so graciously shared with us that I want to go through. Maybe you can tell us about the organization and what it's all about and how you got involved. Tell us a bit about that, Dreama.
Okay. Always Free Honor Flight. I became aware of it around 2010, that there was a national program called Honor Flight. And what Honor Flight was, it's a national program, it still is. I think it was established in 2006, and it is to honor our country's veterans with free trips to Washington, D.C. to see the memorials built to honor their service. Now, my father was a Korean veteran. He never talked about his service. The only thing I know about his service is at the USO one night he got to dance with Jane Russell. That's the only thing I know. The only thing he ever really talked about. But he was stationed in Seoul, Korea, and I know nothing.
I can see him
about his
talking
service
about
with
that one
Cal
with Jane
Missing.
Russell.
What?
I can see him definitely talking about dancing with Jane Russell.
Oh yes, you know, it was back when she did. I remember it first came to light. I guess I was in my 20s when she did the Playtex bra commercials. I think the
Yes.
first
Was that the
bra commercial
12-hour
that had
bra
ever
or the
been on television.
24-hour?
Exactly. And I remember my dad going, "Oh, I danced with her," and I'm like, "When? No way!" And he's like, "Yeah, I did." You know, until
Yeah.
and that's the only story I knew about his service. So,
My father was in Korea too, Korean War, right? Yeah.
what
Same.
really?
Father did
Yeah.
Korea too. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just. Do you know a lot about? His
Well,
service?
you know, he was very, very lucky because if there's any time to get pneumonia, he was
That was
in
it?
New York. He was in New York, where he was originally from, and he was going for the physical. And what was really interesting is when he went for the physical, they said, "You're not going anywhere." He was scheduled to go on one of the ships to Korea. And they said, "You're not going anywhere, Mr. Masters." He goes, "Why not?" He said, "Because you've got walking pneumonia. You're going to go in the hospital." So they put him in the hospital in New York. The boat left, went to Korea, and everybody on that boat was killed.
Wow.
So he ended up in Trieste, Italy instead.
Somebody looking out for him.
Yeah. So if you're ever going to get pneumonia, that would be probably the only time to get pneumonia would be
Wow.
one of those. Amazing, right? Some of those stories are incredible. Here's this goes back to 2017. Tell us about this beautiful shot, Dreama.
Oh, that was taken at Arlington. And this was the 2017 Honor Flight. We do one a year. At the beginning, we did a couple. The first 2 years, we did a couple each year. But you know, raising money, everything depends on being able to raise money to get to make the trip available to them free of charge, which of course it is. And so that was the 2017 trip. That is Arlington House at the top of the photo. And that was sort of that we usually have a very kind of organized one. This was a little bit more just everybody get together. We're going to take a picture, you know.
Yeah.
But everyone, now this was the 2018. We've been doing them since 2011. This was 2018, and the yellow jacket there standing out is Senator Shelley Capito. And then right next to me, I'm in the center of the picture, and right behind me in a light blue shirt is Senator Joe Manchin. Over on the left-hand side, my manager, Burke, is on the far left in the black shirt. Right next to him is a very good friend of mine, Joe Coleman, who is or was lead singer for the Platters. Then I've had another friend, Joe Blunt, did Honor Flight with us. He was lead singer for the Drifters. And I've had a lot of people step up wanting to help me and my team honor our veterans for, just a thank you. It's a small thank you, but it's good. And then that's the 2019 trip, and you can see I'm in the American flag top, and Senator Manchin again is next to me, and Joe Blunt, I think that is right next to him. But yeah, it's a privilege that I never imagined in my life. And this is at the World War II Memorial, and I'm not sure which year that was. I want to say maybe 2015, maybe. But and that is on the left, the reflection that you see is my assistant Pam, and on the right is one of my team members, Marie, and that is us obviously in front of the Vietnam Wall. I love that picture. I think it's so.
Yeah, the reflection too. I tell you, it says a
it's
lot.
amazing. It's really wonderful. Now this one, let me tell you a little bit. I'll try to do the Reader's Digest version, but this trip was so special. It was called the TLC Honor Flight, and TLC stood for Their Last Chance. And what happened was we had finished an honor flight in May, and we'd been home just a few weeks, and the national office called and asked me if we could make another one. Now that that can be challenging with the money raising part of everything. And so I told him, I said, of course we want to do it. What is it exactly? And these 4 veterans that you see in the wheelchairs, they were all in hospice in a town called Beckley, West Virginia, which is about 40 minutes away from me. And they had all been given a finite amount of time to live. 3 of them were World War II. 1 was a Vietnam veteran, and their last wish was to see their memorials in Washington, D.C. So I'll choke up talking about this.
That's very touching.
We made a trip right on top of the previous trip.
Yeah.
Where we took only these 4 veterans. There was a nurse for each veteran. We had a couple of family members of one of the veterans, and 4 people from my team. Anyway, there were like 11 of us on the bus, and we made that trip together. And I have to tell you, they're all wonderful. They're all amazing. But this one was so emotional. We did everything together. Like usually when you get to like the Vietnam Wall, the Lincoln Memorial, and the Korean Memorial are all right there together. So people take off and go in different directions to see what they want to see. But this one, it was just 11 of us, and we stuck together for the entire trip. We did every inch of it with each other. We had a bus where you had to have the lift to get the wheelchairs into the bus, and like I said, they each had a nurse to look out for them because they were all very ill. And I have a picture that I did not send you. I should have, but well, this would be one of them. But the man who was in the picture, who was on the right of me in the picture,
the
right hand side, holding his flag down. He saw the World War II Memorial. This man's son was with him. He burst into tears. He couldn't stop crying. And this is the West Virginia part of the World War II Memorial. But it is the greatest privilege of my life, and I'm not kidding. We owe so much to the men and women who've sacrificed for us.
Right. We wouldn't have the life we have now if they didn't do what they did. Right.
No,
That's a
and during
beautiful
the,
thing, Dreamer, that you're doing. It's just a reflection of you. You were raised right. I tell you, you really were. You were raised right. I mean, I was too, a loving family and ethics and certain morals and way to be and do and give back. You really, 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 the things that you've done and caring for Bob, caring for Colin, the book, just your entire life. You really,
but
very special person.
thank you. I mean, that's really, really humbling. When it comes to things like honor flight and the always free walk of honor and all of those things I've done, I have a great team of people. I cannot take
Oh
all the
yeah,
credit.
it
I
takes
have
a
Sergeant
village. Yeah.
Paul Dorsey is the vice president of honor flight. I think he might be watching tonight, and um, he is so good to me, and he's my go-to military man when we need something. I sent you a picture, I think, one other honor flight picture that you may or may
This
not.
one.
This one. Okay, you can see on the right hand side of the picture is Senator Joe Manchin,
Hmm.
and then of course there I am. On the left hand side of the picture with the dreads is the season 6 winner of America's Got Talent,
Oh yeah,
Landau
that's right.
Jr.
Hmm.
Landau's a very good friend of mine. The man in the center of this picture, his name is Sergeant John Watson. And 2 weeks before we made the trip, I had a reporter call me from a newspaper here in West Virginia to tell me that she had just interviewed him and she wanted to know if I knew that he was a Tuskegee Airman.
Mm,
Well, no, he hadn't put it on his application. I didn't know it. So the
right.
reporter and I are talking. Her name was Michelle. We're talking about it. And she said, during the interview, all he talked about was wanting the Tuskegee Airman red jacket. And
Mm,
those were the jackets. I think the Bush administration was the administration that gave the red jacket to all the Tuskegee Airmen they could find. And
yeah.
so I said, well, let me call Senator Manchin. Um, he has become a friend and he loves our veterans, would do anything for them. I don't care where you stand politically, that doesn't matter. It's
Right.
really about the treatment of the veterans. And so I called Joe's office and said what they wanted. In the process of that, found out that Sergeant Watson was entitled to, deserved to have a congressional gold medal.
Mm,
That he had no idea. He just wanted the red jacket.
right.
So in 2 weeks' time, we were making the trip in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks' time, Senator Manchin's staff managed to get Sergeant Watson his congressional gold medal. They got him the red jacket. And when we went to Washington, we had one or two of his grandchildren there. He didn't know they were going to be there. Of course, our whole honor flight was there. We were there. I mean, how many people get to be present for the presentation of a congressional gold medal?
That's
Not
rare.
many. And we were there to see him get his gold medal. Fox News covered it. So he was on national TV for his whole family to see. It was another, every trip is special, but the TLC trip and this trip were outstandingly special because of the things that took place during them. And it really is, I don't want to sound corny, it is one of the greatest privileges of my life. During lockdown, the very beginning of lockdown, we got a feel for what it might be like to lose our freedoms. And that really,
It
and
helped.
again, not to be political, but that really made me understand in an even more profound way how much we owe these men and women. So there is not enough that I could do for them. I would do anything for any of them, and our veterans know that they know that I love them and they know how much. So to any
Absolutely.
veteran who might be watching, God
Yeah.
bless you. Truly, thank you for your service. You have no. I think most of my life I appreciated our military, like most people do. Oh, I'm so glad that they're protecting us and they're in different parts of the world and they're doing. But honor flight, listening to their stories and the sacrifices that not only they made, but that their families made, their wives and parents and children. And, I really started understanding in such a deep way what it's about. And of course, I can't understand it as a veteran because I'm not one. But what they do for us is we could lose everything so quickly, and to honor them is there's not enough. The honor flight's a very tiny thing, but at least it's something to say thank you.
Linda Hutchinson in Alabama says the lance chants was so sweet. What a tribute to these soldiers. Our dad died before we could get him to this.
I tell you,
Yeah.
I mean, there are honor flights all over the country. And let me say, and I'm sorry that you didn't get a chance to do honor flight with your father, but I'm to the viewers, if you ever get a chance to see an honor flight off or meet an honor flight when they come back, or to be a guardian, because honor flight has to have escorts and guardians to push the wheelchairs and to look out for our veterans, when they're on the trip. And if you ever get a chance to do any of those things, don't pass it up.
Don't pass it up.
It's emotional in a way that you can't describe it. You just have to experience it. There's no way to explain to people what an amazing experience it is until you do it.
Kathleen in New York City, God bless all veterans. And Linda, Alabama proud of Mr. Watson. Tuskegee Airmen.
Yes.
Renee in Iowa, those honor flights are wonderful for those men. We have had local groups do that as well, which
Right.
is really
Can I
beautiful.
give you the sort of the end of the John Watson story?
Yes,
Sergeant
definitely.
Watson, Tuskegee Airman story. He obviously got his red jacket. He got his Congressional Gold Medal. He was 96 years old and amazing. I mean, he was running rings around the rest of us. That man right there in the center of that picture, he was just so dear and so sweet. 3 months after we got back from that trip, we got back in May, and in July, May, June, July, August. In August, I got a call from his daughter that he had just passed away. So, on top of it just being an amazing thing to be able to witness him getting the Congressional Gold Medal and all of that, we were able to honor him. Senator Manchin's office was able to honor him just in time. I mean, he passed away 3 months later. So that made all of our hearts really full.
They say there's a
He was
reason
something
for
else. So
things. It's almost as if that's what he needed to be able to gracefully and peacefully.
I had not thought of that, but you're absolutely, I mean, I really hadn't thought of that.
Yeah,
But
there's something to that.
go then, because I think the red jacket, he would have gone with just that, but to get everything else on top of it. And
Yeah,
that's
that
a great feeling.
Yeah, absolutely. There's something else here too. Team Denver.
Those are some of my guys, not all of them. We can never get everybody together. Sitting next to me is Pam Colburn, who is the coordinator of Honor Flight and my assistant. And Steve Coleman behind her, the really tall guy. He's like 6'6" or something. Steve is our official photographer, and he's been a friend of mine for, oh my gosh, 28, 29 years. I've known him. He's one of the only people in my life who knew Bob when we were together. And then standing behind me is Sergeant Paul Dorsey, who is my go-to military man, vice president of Honor Flight, and the one who, when we have any kind of military details, our trip 2 years ago, I guess it was, my Honor Flight was able to lay the wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier, which was also another huge thing to be able to do. And Paul is the one who took care of all of those arrangements with the military at Arlington and all that. So I've got the greatest team. I can't tell you. I'd love to take credit. I might be the front man, and I might be the one who goes out and gives speeches and does interviews and all of that. But believe me, these people are the heart and soul of everything we do with Honor Flight.
Well, we did a little digging, DREAMA Denver, and you do some speaking.
I do some speaking. Yes, I do. That was the dedication. Every year, we dedicate the Always Free Walk of Honor, where that's a fundraising program for Honor Flight. It's an ongoing fundraising program. And they do programs like this all over the country where we sell bricks engraved with your veteran's name and 3 lines, whatever you want to say about your veteran. And they're laid in front of our memorial building here in West Virginia for all time. It will be there forever and ever. And every year we dedicate in November on Veterans Day, when we have new bricks go into the walkway, we rededicate the memorial. And that was one of those dedications at the memorial building.
I mean, how does that make you feel a part of that? That's just got to be, it makes you speechless. It's like legacy. I mean, you've got a couple of legacies going on, your own, carrying on Bob's, carrying on both, taking care and making sure that your son has all his needs met, as well as what you're doing with the veterans. This is a lot of output, giving. What do you do for you? Or is it that doing those things that you do that are so beautiful and so touching, DREAMA, are doing for you?
You know, it really is about doing those things. Like I told you, if I lived near to a beach, that would be my thing. Every time I needed, I would go to the ocean. There's something so powerful to me, and something so I don't know. There's just something about the ocean that just fills my soul. But I don't get to do that nearly. Well, don't get to do it often at all. So the things I do, writing is certainly an outlet for me, and I love that. But the things I do are really, you know, it's what we talked about earlier, much earlier in the interview, where, you know, having, doing something for the greater good, whatever that is, whatever you have a passion for or care about, to get involved in that kind of thing, to step outside your own pain, your own worries. I mean, we all have those. And let me tell you, for everybody watching this who's going through what we've all been going through since, who could have imagined how our world would change in a matter of just months? It just boggles my mind. I never thought I would live to see something like what we're going through right now, all of it, you know. But you know, I don't want people to think that it's all Pollyanna, and it mostly is. I mean, I really do pretty well, but I have my moments. I think we all, at least I have to believe I'm not the only one who has moments during this when it just all feels heavy and sometimes scary, and something that can drag us down. And when I feel myself starting to go down that path, I really try to recognize that, and I hope people understand what I'm talking about with this world that we're in right now, whether it's great and things are going great or whether it's not. This is not our final destination. At least I don't feel that it is. And so when I feel myself being dragged down by things that are going on, I try to focus on that, you know, that we are just passing through, and we try to do all the good that we can while we're here. Try to do things to make whatever little piece of the world that we're in, try to make that better. Try to be a good person, and put others before self as much as possible, more often than not, I think. And then just know that this isn't the final it. It's just not. I think there's so much more to look forward to, and that's what I keep focusing on when we're going through trials and tribulations like we're going through now. I don't know. Does anybody agree with me on that? Understand what I'm saying?
That is absolutely. I've been saying it every single day. It's. I really think that we are in some sort of a reset where maybe Mother Nature and planet Earth and maybe the divine sort of came together and said, you know what? I didn't like the way you guys were heading. You know, we gave you this beautiful life and beautiful planet, and everybody's arguing, and there's all these shootings and fighting, and everybody's just interested in the buzz and the bling and all the stuff that doesn't really matter in life. We're going to throw a few things at you: economics, civil unrest, pandemics, what storms, natural occurrences. In this year of the new decade, in the new, area
Yeah.
of 2020, and let's see what you do with it. Are you going to become more divisive? Are you going to, because leading up to that, everybody was complaining about where's all the friendly people, the empathy, um, where's all the kindness, and
Right.
and that sort of went away, and now everybody is stuck at home, and I think we were sort of social distancing already because we had our heads stuck in our cell phones. We're stuck on social media, watching what everybody else is doing, and now that we have to social distance, nobody likes it. So it's a taste
Yeah.
of what it would be like if we were still heading in that other direction. So I think this might be as horrific and sad with everything. Every day you turn on the news, I work in the industry, work in broadcasting. We see it, we hear it, and it's tough to absorb the overwhelming nature of it, and the death and everything that's involved. I'm hoping that, if anything, there's a reset that comes where maybe we are more empathetic, loving, caring, less divisive. Um,
Yeah.
we really appreciate the people that laid the groundwork for us, like you do with the veterans. We appreciate our lives, our joys, our blessings. I'm the ocean person too. The ocean speaks to me. I swim, surf, boogie board, walk it. I've been in the ocean at times with family. We go to Florida to see our family too, and I'm in the ocean, and they're like, "Jim, let's go. We're leaving." And I'm like, "Why? Why are we leaving?" They said, "Because it's raining." And I'm like, "But I'm already wet. I'm in the ocean." And they're like, yeah.
Right.
So it's like you have to drag. The ocean has some sort of an energy that's the rhythm,
Boy,
the
it really
tide, the
does.
sunset. So it really fills me. So you go to these places that fill you, but these are things that are constants. It's also reminding us of the constants in life, and
Right.
the things that you have worked through, dealt with in a very public forum, married to somebody who's a television icon, television legend, beloved by many. You saw him intimately, your beautiful son, and you're carrying on through it all and still writing books to influence and inspire children, working with the veterans. I mean, you've got it from the veterans to the children. I mean, you're really spanning generations there. It's something that is, it's really reflecting the essence of who you are, Dreama, the fact that you're doing all of this, and you're resilient, and you're a survivor. And those are things that I think are very inspiring for other people, regardless of what they're going through, even now with the, uncharted, horrific nature of everything we're going through. Um, you are an inspiration to many people, as far as what life's really all about.
Thank you. I mean, that is so sweet. You have to find the blessings in everything. Because what I found in my life is I have learned the most in the valleys, not on the mountaintops, not when everything was going great, but when I had to really look inside myself and do things, that I just, like I said earlier, thought I couldn't do. That is what it's really all about. So when I look at the pandemic and what we've gone through for the last, what now, 5 months, I've lost track. I don't even know what day it is, how long we've been at it, but it's been a long time. Look at the good that's come out of it. We have Gym Masters Live. I have met people because of the pandemic. I, if your show was a show where I had to go to the studio, I mean, you're there, I'm here. Maybe not. I've been interviewed by some amazing people all around the country that I would never have met any other way. I look at people having to stop. I mean, we had to come to a dead halt.
Yeah.
And that makes you, to me, that made me take stock. It's like I think you have a minute to breathe. You're with your family. You may be sick of being with your family after months and months and months, but you're together and you're
You're
doing,
together.
you're with your children and you're not. We get so busy in this life, running here to there and this and that, and everything is scheduled, and there's no time to just breathe. And Henry David Thoreau is the one who said, "Heaven is under your feet as well as above your head." I think I have that right. It's close, if it's not exactly right. And that's so true. How often do we miss like a beautiful cloud formation or, a pretty sunset because we're so busy trying to get here and there and do this and that. And we're not listening to each other. We're not connecting and engaging. And we're just always on the move. I think a lot of good has come from this. I know I have moments too, people, when, I mean, really and truly, when it's made me miss Bob a whole lot because alone feels really alone when you're quarantined. That feels really, really alone. There's nobody to talk to. Way too much time to be inside your head, and I have certainly missed Bob. I miss him all the time, but I've certainly missed him during this. But you have to look for the positive parts, the good that every situation brings. And I've done the biggest part of my growing during challenges. And I wouldn't be the person I am if my son hadn't been diagnosed as severely autistic, if even if my husband hadn't passed away. I was forced to yeah, to live when I thought I couldn't, to keep going when I didn't want to, and to survive and even thrive when I didn't think it was possible. And I found out that it is. And if that's something that I can pass on to, you know, a man or woman who's lost their spouse and think they can't get through it, I hear you. I have so been there. Um, if I can inspire people to believe, because there's every reason to believe, and to know that it's gonna, it's this isn't it. It's always darkest before the light. All those cliches, I think they're all true. It seems very, very dark, but then you can, appreciate the good parts. But I wouldn't trade. I'm telling you, one day, this is I hope it's okay to tell this story. But I was
Absolutely.
going through a thing in, oh gosh, this has been 6 years ago. I had a morning show on the radio called Sunny Side Up, and it was
Great
a
name.
positive. I thought it was great too.
Yeah.
I wanted it to be a positive. So Sunny Side Up, it was a show where we played music, we talked. I had a co-host, Steve Coleman, the big tall one you saw in the
Oh
picture.
yeah.
He
Yeah.
was my co-host, and we tried to talk about, not in a corny way, but uplifting things and give people, ideas for how to make things better. And, anyway, one of those things was gratitude. So for about a year, I had been practicing gratitude, taking my dog for a walk and thanking the universe for, the green grass and the smell of fresh cut grass and the mountain breeze and all the good things in my life. And I'd been doing this for about a year. And one day I was out, and that's what I was doing. I was thanking the universe for all the good stuff. And out of no, I mean, I was not looking for this. I wasn't, to my knowledge, on this path. It wasn't something that, it was so unexpected. I can't even tell you. But I have a private road here in front of me. Thank heavens. I
Yeah.
was walking down through there, and suddenly I fell to my knees, crying like a baby, thanking God for all the challenges. I mean, literally out loud saying, thank you for Colin's diagnosis. Yes, I would love to have had a normal child and be able to make normal memories and have a 36-year-old son now and maybe grandchildren and all those things. That's not what the plan was for me. But suddenly I was on my knees crying for about 30 minutes, maybe 45, going over all the challenges I'd faced and understanding how important each one of those had been in forming my path and forming my life and making me who I was. That was a eureka moment for me.
Mhm.
I don't know what it sounds like to hear it, but I mean, something inside me changed. Um, and it was so unexpected. If I felt like I'd been looking for that kind of thing, it might have felt different, but it was just so out of nowhere and so, I don't know, it was just so life changing. And since then, it's changed what I'll, you know, the music I'll listen to, the things I'll watch on television and in the movies. It's changed a lot of how I view, just how I view everything in life. It's been a wonderful, um, I keep saying life changing. That's what it was. I mean, it was really a life changing moment for me, and nothing has been the same since. So it really made me clearly understand that the challenges are there for a reason. And though it's hard in the moment, and sometimes you can't even see it in the moment, um, there should be a celebration and all those things, good and bad, that we go through.
That's beautifully said. Absolutely. So you've been doing a lot of reflecting during this time. You're a very reflective person, as I am too, and you're obviously very visual because some of the things you're talking about, noticing the cloud formations and the sun setting, and I've always been very visual and intuitive and empathetic. And I think when you are that way, your senses are sort of heightened to all of that. So you
Yeah.
really pay heed to it and you notice it. Um, and it's really beautiful the way you express it. I mean, I want to show you some of these comments, how people are being touched, and there's many. I'll pick a few here.
Oh,
Thank you for being such a positive light tonight. I've enjoyed your conversation. I know Bob will be glad to see you again when it's time, but not too soon. You still have things to do here. And Marilyn in Kansas, great philosophy. I've been widowed over 22 years, and being grateful has enriched my life too.
see, that's so wonderful to hear.
I
I've
was
been
just
15, it'll be 15 years for me in September.
15,
So,
right, exactly.
yeah.
2005. I was just out visiting with a friend, and her grandson is 7 years old. And for the last few years of his life, he's been dealing with a tumor growing on his spine. It's inoperable. It causes him to have many seizures a day, and they keep trying different treatments. He's a strong little guy. That's, I mean, very, very beautiful to share. You know,
Well, I can certainly, I can identify with so much that people go through. My son also has seizures, and so I can appreciate, um, their, for a parent, I'm sure for anybody who loves a person, they're horrifying. I mean, it's a terrible thing to, the first time it happened, I'll just never forget how terrified I was. It's just a scary thing to go through with anybody, and certainly somebody you love. And so, that I will pray for him because, again, just trying to deal with life, just sort of in general, life is, it's never easy. It, it just feels like, to me, sometimes it just feels like there's always something. It's like, could I have 6 months where everything just kind of goes breezily along and I don't have to worry about my dog being sick or,
it's like you try to make a deal with, right, exactly.
yeah, but so I will keep that young man. She did say it was a young man, right?
Yeah,
The son.
yeah, yeah.
I will absolutely keep him in my prayers because, it's hard to go through things. I'm making it sound like, oh, well, we just, rise above it. It's hard. I'm not saying it isn't hard. It's really hard. You have to work I think you have to work at seeing the good in even the tough stuff.
Absolutely. You know, when you look at all of this extraordinary life that you've had and continue to have, and the blessings in your life, you know,
Yeah. It's my guys, my two guys. I it's interesting to me, and the woman who said she'd been widowed for 22 years, I wonder how this strikes her in the beginning. It's so hard. You can barely put one foot in front of the other, and you grieve for years. And then it seems like I sort of went when I started finding my way and started going through, started things like honor flight and started finding things to sort of get myself outside my grief. It got better. You still miss. I could still cry at the drop of a hat over him, uh, any day of the week, all the time. But there's been something the last 4 or 5 years where I miss him the way I want to say the way I missed him in the beginning. Obviously, I found myself and I've been a survivor and all that, but I um, I don't know. I just wonder if the woman who wrote the comment, if it was that way for her, if it was really sad and then it eased up a bit and then it got, it sort of hits. I don't know. It feels like the last 4 or 5 years. I'm stammering around here. It's hit me all over again, and I just miss him so much. He was so smart and had such a great brain, and I miss having, I miss having a partner. It's it's a wonderful thing to have a partner, somebody who has your back and somebody whose back you have, and somebody who loves you above and beyond anything else, and somebody you can love that same way. That's a it's a loss that you just I don't think you ever obviously you never fully get past it. You somehow learn to live with it, but um, I don't know. He was the love of my life, and
yes,
that was our last public. That was his last public appearance, the TV Land Awards. It was
yeah.
not long after that we found out, that things were going to change. So
And then you have a continued love in your life, which is beautiful, Colin.
beautiful, Colin. He's a special soul. Having him and anybody with a special needs kid, I think will agree with me. Having him, he's nonverbal. So he's 36 years old, and we've never had a conversation. I've never heard "I love you, mom." I don't know what his dreams are. I don't know what his fears are. The only way I know, uh, anything about how he feels is when he, either gets upset or, laughing and happy or things like that. It's a weird thing to have a child 36 years old that you've never had a conversation with. And I have moments when, I came to terms with all those things long time ago, but I have moments when, you can't help but feel a little bit cheated. I wish I could, I wish I had a son that could put his arms around me and say, "It's okay, mom, we'll get through this." Um, I didn't, that wasn't the plan for me. I didn't end up with that. But I have learned so much from him. He has been such a light in both our lives and certainly still in my life. When he was about 3 years old, and all of this is in Gilligan's Streams, by the way, but when he was about 3 years old, he started doing this thing where he would come up and to either his dad or me, and he would put his forehead against, our forehead, whichever one of us it was, and he would close his eyes really tight, big blue eyes, and he would close his eyes really, really tight, and then he would go and look at you. And so he kept doing this, and Bob looked at me and he said, "We have to make this something. He's doing it all the time. It means something to him. So we're gonna have to make this meaningful." And I said, "Okay." So what we decided was, since he has big blue eyes, and he would close his eyes really tight, And sometimes it would last 5 seconds, sometimes it would last a minute and a half, but you couldn't move, you couldn't stop, you couldn't talk. You had to stay right there doing this one thing until he opened his eyes. And when he opened his eyes, he would smile at you, go, and take off. And so we decided to call it a shot of blue, which is what he gave us. And a shot of blue means I love you. So from the time he was 3 years old, Colin still does it. I go over to his house right now. He'll come, well, not right now, obviously, with the pandemic and everything. I can go over and look at him through a sliding glass door. But we'll put our foreheads against the glass door and he'll close his eyes really tight. And I know to keep mine closed. I peep so I can see when he opens his. And he opens his and I go, shot of blue means I love you, buddy. And he goes, Mama. And that's, that is so, it sounds like such a small thing, but it's so special. And it just fills my heart when we have those moments. So all of you out there with children that, I used to be in grocery stores and I would hear the child would be talking all the time and the mom would go, oh, be quiet. I'm so tired of listening to you. And I would think, oh, I would give anything if my kid, he could talk a mile a minute from now till, doomsday. And I'm sure like all mothers, I would, have my moments with it too, but it's a blessing when you can have those conversations and know those things. So
Very
but a shot
beautiful.
of blue means I love you. So here's a shot of blue to everybody there. Okay.
Absolutely. And beautiful comments, such a lovely lady. When they are the lover of your life, you're so richly blessed. And the child that Renee was talking about, thank you, Dreamer. His name is Cash. He's a
Cash. Oh, I
sweetie.
love that.
Has a smile on his face.
Bless him.
And
How old is he, I wonder? Did she
yeah,
say in the first one?
I think she had, let's see, here it is, 7 years
Last
old.
4 years. Oh, 7 years old. Oh, he's just a little guy. God bless the children. I mean, really and truly. You look at that, you look at children. My son obviously doesn't have a normal life. You look at children that are like at St. Jude's and little children who from the get-go have challenges that they have to face. And I know so often you just see them do it with, even as children, with such courage and a positivity that, I'll look at children and think, boy, I would hope I could be that strong that strong about physical things if I needed to be. I mean, would I be able to approach things? I know it looks like I have, but on a personal level, if something were wrong with me, would I be able to face it with all that courage? And with veterans that I know and have worked with who've lost limbs and maybe paralyzed on one side from injuries they sustained while they were serving this country. And they do it, I would hope I would be that kind of person, that I would face that kind of thing with the courage they show.
With the courage that they show as well. Linda in Alabama asked, with Gilligan's Island and the other shows, do you watch the reruns? Is it hard for you to watch Bob doing his thing on the shows when they are on TV? And
It's funny. I don't. I think here where I am, I want to say it's on MeTV, and I want to say Sundays. And for whatever reason, I don't normally watch them. Obviously, I have DVDs and all of that. It's weird because when I watch, and Maynard was my favorite. I love Dobie Gillis. I was just a kid when that show was on, and that show was ahead of its time. It was written by the great Max Schulman, who was highly respected and a prolific Hollywood writer. Bob admired him so much. And I love that show because it was word comedy. I love word comedy as opposed to physical comedy. But Bob felt in his career that he got the best of both worlds, because when he got cast in Toby Gillis as Maynard, he got to do all of that wonderful Max Schulman word comedy, got to be the beatnik. He got to introduce a whole new character to television. I mean, there had never been a beatnik on TV until Bob. And so he really appreciated that. But then when he was the breakout hit. For those of you who might be too young to know, his character on that show was the breakout hit the way Fonzie was on Happy Days. You still have to be slightly older to remember that even. But he was kind of the Fonzie of the early days of TV. And he just, he had the best of both worlds. Now, for me, when I watch him on TV, I don't know how to explain it. It's not like it's Bob. I mean, it is Bob. I know it's Bob, but it's like I'm watching the characters. For instance, Gilligan, Bob talked in a higher register. It was Skipper. He talked up here. In real life, Bob did not talk up there. Bob talked down here somewhere. So I can watch it. I guess it's bittersweet in a way, but at the same time, I know he used to tell me when Nickelodeon first started carrying Gilligan's Island, they had a big marathon, like a weekend marathon, many years ago, back in the 90s, I think. And Bob and I decided, we hadn't watched it in forever, so we decided we would watch it. And we sat there and I kept watching him, and he looked at me finally and he went, it's like that's somebody else. That's like a lot. At that time, it had been like probably 30 years before, 35 maybe. And he said, it's like that's somebody else. So when I first met Bob, though, when I was first casting the show with him, we first fell in love. We were together in his apartment one night before going to the theater. And Gilligan's Island was on. You know how it used to run in the afternoon and after school. So it was on. And I remember watching it, and I would look at the TV, and then I would look at him, and then I would look back at the TV, because he was so different. He had all those qualities of Gilligan, the sweetness and the kindness and all that. But he was so different in life that that it was hard for me to go, okay, this guy is this guy. They look alike, I get it, but it's kind of hard to imagine. He was very smart, Bob. That's one thing that people who only know him as the characters probably wouldn't imagine. Bob was extremely well read. He could talk to anybody about anything, anytime. He was really, really smart. And I always felt like he was my greatest teacher. I learned, and he thought outside the box. We're talking about boxes a lot tonight, but he really did. I had grown up here in West Virginia, where people at that time, in those days, things are pretty much black and white. There weren't very many gray areas. And I was brought up in a very normal, regular household where, it was a blessing in those days. We had both mom and dad. My mom was home when I came home from school. Kids got to the point where kids didn't have that very much, but I grew up with just a really normal upbringing. And when I met him, he looked at things so differently that it was just an education every minute that we were together. And I just felt like he was always my greatest teacher. And I miss that too. I miss that part of him. He just looked at things. I wish I could think of an example. I really can't. But he just looked at things very differently than anybody in my life up until that point.
What was his upbringing like as far as his family and the inspirations for him early on?
He was born in New Rochelle, New York, lived there until the beginning of high school, moved to, is it Brownswood or Brownsville, Texas, down on the border?
Brownsville, yeah.
Is it Brownsville, I think?
Yeah.
On the border.
That's a big culture shock from New Rochelle, suburbs of New York City, to Brownsville. Yeah.
It was huge. He was made fun of. And I don't remember all the different ways, but he was the Yankee boy, and he had a different accent than even though I don't think he had an accent at all. He sounded different. He looked different. He thought differently because he spent his time, coming and going from New York City and all the things that he did as a New York boy. So he wasn't real crazy about the year that he spent there and was really happy when his family moved to Long Beach. And his father worked, I want to say he opened a candy store in Brownsville. And then he was a CPA, his dad was ultimately. So maybe that's what he started in Long Beach. But he loved it there and he went to Loyola University in LA studying political science, which I can't even imagine. He liked it, but he got drafted into doing a play. He played Falstaff, or he played the comedy relief character. Maybe it is Falstaff, in Falstaff. And he said he walked on stage, got the first laugh, and went, I'm home. This is what I want to do. And he and Dwayne Hickman, oddly enough, they were both going to Loyola at the same time. I think Dwayne might have been like a year ahead of Bob. And so they sort of met each other just in passing, having no idea that Bob's first, TV series with his breakout role would be with Dwayne on Dobie Gillis. So that was kind of cool. But he did his first play in college, and that was that. He was hooked, and that was the end. And, Bob was funny. I think Bob, people think that he was Gilligan, so they don't. There are people, when people come up to me and they say he had to be an intelligent guy to play that character, I go, hallelujah. Thank you for recognizing that, because he did it so well that people kind of thought that's who he was. That sort of nebbish,
Goofy and funny and innocent. And yeah.
fall down, hitting the head with a coconut kind of a thing, always messing up. He wasn't that at all. And you do have to be quite intelligent to play a part like that and pull it off so that people think that's who you are.
Kind of like Lucille Ball with Lucy Ricardo. Totally,
Exactly.
image from the real Lucille Ball, who was, very serious and business minded. And yeah.
Yeah. And she was the businesswoman, wasn't she?
Yeah.
Big time.
Desi Lou Studios. And yeah.
Yeah. So he was, I always felt that he was a little bit underrated because people didn't understand how different he was from the parts they saw him play. And that, but then again, he and Alan get compared to Laurel and Hardy. So there's not much bigger compliment than that. But
That's fantastic.
He loved what he did, but no, he loved what he did. But he always found it when people called him a TV icon, and they would do that. I think I think it was embarrassing. He was like
Very humble. Yeah.
He really was, and genuinely so. Not a fake humble. He would really go, why do they keep saying I'm like this television icon? I said, well, maybe because you have a show that's been on the air now for 45 years. Now it's like 56 years that show's been on the air, and not many people have a track record like that, and he was like, yeah, he was very humble, very, very humble, very genuine.
When he fell ill, were there any projects he was working on?
Not really. No, because after Colin came, I think I mentioned much earlier that he would do, Bob would do personal appearances, obviously. You have to bring home the bacon. And he would do guest starring roles on TV. But he stopped looking for like series work or, movies, actively pursuing all that. Now, if something had been offered and it wouldn't take him away from Colin and me for months at a time, if it had been a matter of, 4 or 5 weeks maybe, I think he would have done something like that. But he just quit actively pursuing it because he wanted to be with Colin and me. And that just speaks to the human being that he was. And when I count my blessings, having a husband, because I know that doesn't happen for everybody, to have a husband, especially a well-known husband who would set it all aside, no question, no conversation about it, just set it all aside to be there for his wife and his son. That is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, blessing of my life. And again, part of the reason I wrote Gilligan's Dreams, because I want people to know the man and what, uh, imperfections and all. It's not like I'm writing with rose-colored glasses. I write like he told me to, tell it like it was, and I do. But it was pretty good. It had its moments, but basically it was pretty good. So that was hard, though. I don't know if anybody out there watching has ever written a memoir, but they always say that that you have to go back and relive it. I'd always heard that, but you don't realize how true it is until you do it. I mean, you honestly have to smell and taste and hear and feel every feeling, every emotion, every high, every low that you went through in your story. And it was a challenge to write. I don't know. Do you know if I say the name Homer Hickam? Do you know who I'm talking about? He wrote the New York Times bestseller Rocket Boys.
Right,
That was
right.
made into the movie October Sky,
Mm-hmm.
starring Jake Gyllenhaal and Laura
That's
Dern.
right.
Okay, Homer's a very good friend of mine, and he's the one who encouraged me to write the memoir to begin with. After Bob passed away, big fan of Bob's. I didn't meet him until after Bob had passed. Bob loved Homer's work. He loved his writing, but never got to meet Homer. I'm the one who got to do that, so that was wonderful. But Homer, wait, I was going somewhere with this story. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Oh, lost my train of thought. What was I going to say about Homer? Well, maybe that's what I was going to say. Just that Bob never got to meet him, but I did. And Homer's the one who he wrote the foreword for my book. He is an amazing. He reminds me a lot of Bob. Doesn't look anything like Bob, but when I've seen Homer do book signings, Bob was always so gracious to the fans. He would always make sure that he took a moment. I was always so impressed by this. There are a lot of celebrities who, yeah, they'll do it, but let me do it and be done with it. Bob told me once, he said, it doesn't matter if somebody crossed the street to come and see me or if they flew across the country to come and see me.
That's
For
right.
them, this is a moment. It's their moment, and I'm going to make sure they get one. Now, that doesn't mean that he, could sit and have lunch with everybody who came through the line, but he would always take a moment. He would let them ask, a question, or he would ask them a question if they had kids with them. He would say, ask them something about the kid, or ask the kid a question, or he just always wanted the person to have that moment, that picture, and that moment where they could say, I got to meet Gilligan. I was always so impressed by that because that mattered to him. And when I saw Homer do his first book signing, the first time I met him, actually, I watched him do that very same thing. He would um, he would engage with each
Yeah.
person and give them that personal moment. And anybody who's done that it may not seem like it from the outside looking in, but it's exhausting. I mean, it's giving your emotional self. I mean, trying to do that for everybody. It's an exhausting thing, but it's so, when you're a fan of somebody, doesn't it feel good?
Yeah.
I mean, it really makes a difference. I've had
When they let
I've
you,
had
yeah.
people I've been turned off to because they weren't friendly or they didn't make me feel good. You know, I
Right.
thought, oh, I'm not going to watch any more of your movies. Enough of that.
Here's the book too. You've been referencing.
Gillian Streams. I think we're going to have a new cover in the revised one again for anybody that might be, tuning in later in the program. The revised version of Gilligan's Dreams is. I hope we use that same picture because that is, I love that picture. But the cover will change a little bit so people will understand they're getting the new revised version of the book. But again, hopefully that's coming out in October. It's coming out in the fall. And I'm really proud of that. And then the one that is behind me that I'm so excited about is Four Bears in a Box, inspired by my husband, written. Oh, and one thing I want to tell you, Jim, gosh, I'm chatty, aren't I? But one thing I wanted to tell you,
But it's
that they didn't
fabulous.
show on the
I
video,
love it. I love it. I love this conversation.
on the back page, it's called The Story Behind the Story. Of course, I told it to you guys here in the interview, but it's the story of how this book came to be. And of course, there are, where are we here? There are there we are. Bob's pencil sketches of the bears, the way he originally envisioned them. I just think there are a lot of really special little surprises. Well, I've shown them to you now, so now you know what the surprise is. But the art of him and the story behind the story, which I really dedicate this to him in a really special way in that. And then his drawings, to me, that just makes the book a standout. Forget the part of me writing it and all of that. I just, oh wait, I just saw, okay. I am so blessed, Linda. I am blessed beyond belief. I mean, anybody who had a great love in their life. Thank you, Renee. Thank you so much. Anybody who's, been blessed with a great love in their life. There's nothing like it. And yeah, you miss it. And you'll never replicate it. You wouldn't even try. But oh, you're so welcome. I think that was Marilyn. Beautiful way you found and communicate with love. Oh, thank you, Marilyn. Merlin. Oh, that's different. I don't think I love when people have different names. But thank you, Merlin. Wow, such a beautiful way you found out you communicate your love for one another. It really was. We're talking about Colin in the shot of blue. Yeah, it really was. It's you find ways. They're not normal ways, but you find ways of communicating. Still wish I could have a conversation with him, but that's coming one day, someday. I will have one. And thank you for sharing so much of your life with us tonight. I hope I haven't bored everybody to tears. I don't know. This has been longer than I expected. It's so much fun, though.
It's different, isn't it? I know people are sometimes surprised. I just let it roll because a lot of times everything is a sound bite, everything is rushed, and your story is so rich and so meaningful. And we don't always get the time in television interviews or radio or stage or whatever to have a really good. It's like we're having a cup of coffee with you and cheesecake, and the audience around the world is watching and learning, and I am, and you're sharing and emoting, and it's a glorious thing. So I've always liked to foster situations like this through my work, professionally in television and radio, and with this show as well. And you've just expressed so much of yourself that I think people will be left with a real understanding of who you are, the love you and Bob have had for each other, the love of Colin, the legacy, the work you're doing now. It's all beautiful, DREAMA.
Thank you. Do you think all of that interference is coming from me? It wasn't doing this in the beginning, was it?
Yeah, there's something might be. Yeah, we didn't have it last night. A couple of nights. It's a freaky. There she goes again. She's on the love boat and it's rocking.
Okay, that's so weird that it's what for me. Does it do? See, we're doing backstage stuff, everybody. Okay, does it do it for you when I'm the one talking? Because when I'm talking, I don't hear it, but when you're talking, I do.
Right.
So.
And that's funny. I don't hear a thing.
Okay. I just hope it's not aggravating everybody, but I don't know why it's doing it. Okay. All right.
You're like, nobody touched anything, right?
It falls over like it did last time. Just another 2020 COVID. Blame it on that. I think we just blame everything on that.
Yeah, write it off on 2020. Oops. That took care of that. I was going to say, just write it off on 2020, the whole thing.
Whatever happens, just say, honestly,
Yeah.
could you imagined in January how different everything would be in a matter of months? That just boggles my mind. In months, it just went, it turned into something, it just turned into something I could never have imagined. I don't think any of us could.
I've said the only people that could really script this are Steven Spielberg, Stephen King, or Rod Serling.
Oh, yes. Absolutely. You're absolutely right about that. I wouldn't have thought of those three, but those are the three right there.
Those are the three. Those are the three. Well, wonderful comments still coming in here. Let's see what we have. Yeah, I don't know what that clicking is. It's weird. It's like somebody's typing.
I'm afraid it's really making everybody. Okay, guys, I'm flipping it again. Hang on. Right, here we go. Here. All right. Okay, hang on.
Sometimes you know what I've noticed?
If I move it, it will stop. What?
Are you using a phone or laptop or?
I'm using a phone.
It tends to be a phone thing. When people use the phone for some reason, is it an iPhone or an Android? Is it an iPhone?
iPhone.
It's for some reason it's a phone. I interviewed a couple people a month ago, and they used the phone, and for some reason, as opposed to the laptop or the computer, it's a phone line situation because you're over the phone.
Really?
Yeah, it's a phone
So
thing.
does that mean we have to start from the very beginning now, and I have to get back on my computer and do it?
Yeah, let's start from the beginning. I'm Jim Masters. DREAMA Denver is here. DREAMA, there's no R at the end of the name, right?
No dreamer. No,
it's
start
I
from the very beginning.
I think it's a phone thing. You'll probably notice in the future if you do different things that using your PC or your laptop versus the phone for some reason.
I usually use my phone, which is the weird part, but.
And the phone makes the picture.
I hope it's not making people crazy. I feel bad.
Oh, it's fine. Look what you're getting here. A delightful evening. Twilight Zone.
Yes.
It's the sound effect of the levity. Technology is wonderful.
Oh, here we go.
Thank you for sharing tonight. Wonderful conversation. God bless. Thank you, DREAMA. She got in late, but she's been very nice. Interesting show. You're such a sweet lady.
Oh, thank you.
So, I mean, a lot of really beautiful comments from here.
That's lovely.
And Crystal in Canada, British Columbia, wants, if there's possible, a link to buy the books. That's a big one. That covers both our faces. But there she goes.
Okay, yeah. I want to purchase the signed copy of the book from you. Run to the interview. Blah 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 blah. 4-year-old grandson is definitely one beer in a box. Beer in a box. Okay. Send us the link on how we can. Okay, can we? First of all, it's pretty easy to remember the website. bobdenver.com is the website, and the book is there on the front page. It's in Gilligan's Gift Gallery. Can we post a link under these? When we share this, or if we share it,
sure.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. That would be, because I really do love to be able to sign them for the kids and sign them, especially for the parents and grandparents. I'd love to be able to autograph them, and that's only possible at bobdenver.com. Again, you can also get both of my books, both places. You can get, Bob also wrote a book. Oh, I should have that one here, and I don't. Bob wrote a book in 1993 called Gilligan, Maynard, and Me. It was his kind of professional memoir, the only book he ever wrote. And what I love about his book is that it's all about what went on, how he got the parts, how he did the auditions, uh, the cast members he worked with, what went on behind the scenes
Mm.
of the shows and all that kind of stuff. His book is the is the like the workbook, not workbook, but the professional story, and mine is the personal story. So all three of these books are available at bobdenver.com.
There we go.
There's a special. There we go. There's a special deal for if you buy Gilligan Maynard and Me and Gilligan's Dreams together. There's obviously a discount on that, and the children's book is available there, and they can all be autographed if you get them there. They're also available at Amazon. All three of the books. No, Gilligan Maynard and Me may or may not be. I'd have to look and see, but I can't autograph them if you buy through Amazon. But I know there are people who are Prime people, and that's how they want to do it. So that's
absolutely.
Well, just let me say for the people who loved him, when he wrote the book.
Look, Renee did some homework. Look, my viewers and fans are very. There's the actual whole link.
There we go.
There's
All right. I love when the fans do the homework. That's awesome. But Bob's book is like, I was married to him almost 30 years. I heard him tell.
That's a beautiful one.
Sharing heartwarming stories, photos, capture. Oh, thank you, Christine. See, I read these lovely comments and I forget what I was talking about. Oh, Bob wrote this book, every word of it. Gilligan Maynard and Me. He wrote every single word. There was no ghostwriter. There was no collaborator. He did it all. And I was married to him for close to 30 years until he passed away. And I've heard the stories in interviews and, with family and friends. I've heard him tell the stories many, many times. And reading this book, his book, Gilligan Maynard and Me, is really like hearing him tell the stories. I mean, he wrote exactly the way he talked. So all three of those books are available at the website. And, I'll have to check and see if his book is on Amazon. It used to be, but I haven't looked in a while. So I'll have to check and see. But are you tired of me yet, Jim?
I tend to do the same thing.
What?
I tend to write as I'm talking to the person. My emails, my texting, my voicemail messages are as if I'm actually speaking to you. And that's interesting that Bob's style was that way too. Here's that book.
There we go. There it is. Gilligan Maynard and Me. And the only book he ever wrote. And I have plenty of those. If people want to order that. And again, Gilligan Maynard and Me, Gilligan's Dreams, special deal on the two of them. And then, of course, 4 Bears in a Box. And soon the revised version of Gilligan's Dreams. So you're going to get, just so people know, it's based, it is the same story. The memoir doesn't change that much. It was just after I wrote the first one and had years to sort of get feedback on it and all this, people said, "Oh, I wish you told more of the Hollywood stuff." And I wish you had. So that's what I did. I went back and put in a little bit about the famous, people I worked with before Bob, Sal Mineo and Gail Gordon, and the people we talked about early on. And so I put in stories about them before I met Bob, and certainly added the story about us meeting Tom Selleck, which was a huge, big deal, ladies. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Back in the early 80s when Magnum PI was the show.
And he's in such a great series now too, Blue Bloods on CBS. He's so terrific in that.
That man is amazing. I always admired him. But now, all of these many, many years later, more than ever, you never read anything derogatory. He's been married to Jilly Mack for ever. You never read anything about I think he only has one daughter, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm.
I maybe other people have. I've never read anything negative about anything associated with him. And he continues to work and have a really, I like that show, Blue Bloods. It's really good.
Renee's
So
at work
yeah.
tonight. She's got the link for Gilligan, Maynard, and me too.
Oh, see,
She's
Renee
working
knows
hard in
more than
Iowa.
I do. Renee, bless you. She knows more than I do about what I've got on there.
My
You know, I have
viewers are
an
really
author.
supportive.
I have an author's page on Amazon. I should add Bob's book to my author page. I don't know why I haven't done that.
Good idea.
See, I knew there was a reason we met and came together.
See?
Your fans are getting me on the right track. I'm loving it.
Levity.
Oh,
It's
that's right. Levity. I love levity. I'm gonna use that. It's okay. I'll give you
Sure.
credit, but I want to use it. It's an awesome word.
Everybody loves that word. I know. It's like
It is. I mean, sometimes the best things are the things you stumble on, aren't they?
exactly right. That's exactly right. That's exactly right.
Unexpected things. Yeah.
This has been absolutely stunning, epic, beautiful, phenomenal, and I hope it exceeded your expectations.
You didn't I hear you say in the introduction that you had a 5.5 hour last night?
Scott Schwartz last night, yeah.
How do you do that? There's a lot of prep that goes into interviewing people and finding out about them, and you guys appreciate the work that Jim does, because really that's not easy to be well versed on the person you're going to be talking to every night, 7 days a week, 5 hours. And now I've kept for how many? I can't even, my phone doesn't even show it now.
4.5.
Okay. I'm chatty. I admit it.
We've kept each other. We've kept each other.
We really have, but it's been so lovely. It really has been. And you have a wonderful audience.
Well, I try to make the atmosphere, even in my professional work, warm and inviting and comfortable, safe, a lot of levity, a lot of enjoyment, entertainment. But I really like to allow the person to have a forum so they can really express themselves. And you've done that organically, authentically, beautifully tonight. And I really hope you've enjoyed the time with me as much as I have with you, DREAMA.
I've had such a good time. Now, I know I've kept you for 4.5 hours, and I can't expect miracles, that maybe after Gilligan's Dreams comes out or the next children's book, maybe I can come back and see you again, because I really have had a great time. But we'll have to wait a while, because 4.5 hours is a lot. We don't want to. I don't want to wear out my welcome. Maybe we'll do this again this time next year.
Thank you for the enjoyable evening.
Oh, I see that. Jim is a very good host. He really is. Good. You love it. Oh, I love that too. No, Jim, you're really, I knew you were going to be lovely. I knew that, but you really are. And I agree with you about the conversational thing as opposed to interviewing. When you were saying earlier that usually it's a sound bite, or, generally when you do like something on ABC or CBS or anything really, NBC, don't want to leave them out. It's like a 5-minute,
clip.
We're gonna 5 minutes, so you've got to
sell the book. That's it. Move on.
Okay, get the point out, the big points. Say what you want to say and move off of it. When you're doing an interview like this, I thought it was going to be like an hour, maybe a little more than an hour. And even that, I was like, this is so great, because then you can give real thorough answers to things. Maybe too thorough. I don't know. Your audience can let us know. But then you can really get into something and really talk. And I always like that better than these little.
Me too. All the guests that have been on have been saying the same thing. And they're all saying the same thing. I want to come back on. I want to come back on. They and I tell them, well, we don't always have to go this long. We just let it roll. We can do an hour. We can do however long they want, depending on the time. But when it's really rolling and flowing, and people, I mean, everybody's still here. They're all watching. They're saying
Really? Everybody's still here?
we're family here.
See, I
Thank you for
love it.
coming
That's
on.
awesome.
Wonderful night. We love it.
Oh,
Enjoyable evening. You know, it's because I think what we're doing here on the show is so rare. You don't see this like this.
you
Sort
really
of
don't.
almost a little bit like the Dick Cavett maybe way, or Robert Frost, or the Merv Griffin, Mike Douglas conversations, the Carson a little bit in terms of just, especially like the Cavett, taking time to really know the person. These people
Right.
that are watching, these faithful viewers from around the world, have a real appreciation and a deeper connection. They've already got the connection to me, the host, and now they have an extra added connection to you, and
I love
probably
that.
to Bob and to
Yeah.
Colin and to who DREAMA Denver is. She's not just a guest. Oh, who's next? Who's the guest? What are the questions? And this is all unscripted. It's ad lib. It's because I like to do it from the heart and from the soul. And
Exactly.
and I think that's the best way to do everything. And it's you have a wonderful evening like this, and really beautiful. And you are a
And
beautiful soul.
thank you. Thank you. I think we always need this, but right now we really need this. The ability, if you want to hang out for 4 hours and talk about, that. I always feel like if I have said anything that has helped anybody, inspired, anyone to be able to persevere and get through whatever challenges they're facing, then it just makes me feel so good, because I honestly do feel like I have a lot of touchstones. I've gone through a lot of things that your audience goes through,
That
and I can
everybody
really,
goes through.
yeah, and I can really empathize and understand. So to be able to hang out, I mean, to those guys who've been around for 4 hours, bless you. That's all I can say. Bless you, bless you, bless you, because that's amazing, and I think needed now. I really do.
Lots of comments still coming in. Christine comes here.
Yeah. Jim is the best host. He really is. I have to agree. He does a great job. And he makes you, just so you guys know, being on this end of it, he makes you really, really comfortable. I mean, you talked about that in your emails, and you're absolutely right, because it's a very go with the flow. We'll just talk about whatever we talk about, conversational, family, fun, just really relaxed and easy. And to me, that's the epitome of this kind of thing, is being able to just have that ease in doing
Yeah.
it.
And just doing it, and expressing yourself and connecting, and going, through down memory lane in the way that we did, but also talking about the things that you're doing, and what inspires you, the things that inspire you.
Yeah.
And that's a beautiful thing, because whether they're watching live now, or many people watch it on YouTube at Jim Masters TV in the archives, there will be people who will be touched by what we're talking about, and they'll have a deeper essence and understanding of all these things we touched upon, which I think is very cool.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think it's really, I have found this to be very true, even of myself.
Renee's
If there's
on.
anybody, if
She's
there's
happy
any,
that you were on longer. She said,
ah,
"I'm glad you went
bless you.
longer." She's been watching.
Bless
Oh, she's watched over 50 shows in a row straight.
Wow, that is amazing.
Isn't
And
that
she
crazy?
sticks through to the
To the end.
bitter end. I love it. No, I think you have a great audience. It's something. I was going to say, and I'll try to be kind of brief with this, but like, if there's somebody in your audience who has an autistic child, or they're trying to get through that, one thing I found, even though I had a well-known husband and we had, this challenge that we were facing, when I heard that somebody else had that challenge, like Tony Braxton, I think, has an autistic son, I think it is. Sly Stallone, back in the day, he had an autistic son. There's something comforting, even to me, for people who are in that boat to go, wow, not just me, but Bob Denver went through what I've gone through or what I'm going through. It doesn't happen to just me. It happens to, it doesn't have any, it doesn't pick and choose. Somebody like Bob Denver that I watched on television and liked very much and admired went through the things I'm going through. I just think I think there's comfort in that for, people to know that celebrities, not me, I'm not the celebrity, but my husband was, that celebrities face some of the same challenges. You know, I think that's a good thing for people to know.
Absolutely. Renee says she has a nephew who is autistic.
There's a lot of autism in this world now. A lot of it.
We are True Blue. It's easy.
Wonderful show, wonderful host, wonderful guest. That's Kathleen. Hi,
You know,
Kathleen.
She's a wonderful person. We were on the Rachel Ray show together, Kathleen and I. It was really cool.
Oh,
she's
yeah?
she's a
I
sweetheart of
love
a
Rachel
person.
Ray.
Yeah, Rachel's terrific. Every year I work with a dear friend who's composer Tim Janis. I've interviewed him multiple times on PBS for his inspiring musical specials. And we just did one up in Maine called Celtic Heart, which was really beautiful and it ran on public television. But every year he puts on a phenomenal, this year, because the theaters, everything's closed, especially in New York, Broadway, Carnegie Hall, all the theaters, all the venues, they're closed till 2021 because of what we're going through. So there might be something virtual, I'm not sure, but usually it's at Carnegie Hall and I'm an MC, Master of Ceremonies at Carnegie Hall for this beautiful holiday celebration and concert, a Christmas celebration with composer and musician Tim Janis. And he brings in all of these incredible singers and performers, well-known people from all different age groups and all different backgrounds. And Neil Sedaka has been in, Sarah McLachlan, flautist James Galloway, full orchestra, 200 voice youth choir, and just it's like a 3-hour, it was like what this show is right now. It was like that kind of an event. And Carnegie Hall is always sold out, and I usually MC it. But the proceeds are for, and you're probably familiar with this, the Golden Hat Foundation, which is actress Kate Winslet's foundation for autism research.
I did not know that she had a foundation for that.
The Golden Hat Foundation. Yeah. It's a terrific organization.
Does she have an autistic child or something, or somebody?
I think there might be. Yeah, I think. Well, I know that a husband and wife that are very involved in the organization with Kate do, and they're beautiful people, and they've shared their stories, and they usually do a speech and updates about their son during the concert, usually midway in the concert. So there is that connection. When we were talking about Colin, that was the first thing that popped in my mind is the Golden Hat Foundation. And I'm very big with supporting charities. I've worked with helped host a TV show for the American Cancer Society and a lot of different, so I'm very big in charity and giving back. But this might be something too that could be an involvement of assistance with the Golden Hat Foundation. Yeah, it's Kate Winslet's
Foundation. Okay,
and
that's
it's all
awesome.
for autism research, and they've made a lot of headway.
Wow.
That
it's like I said, back when our son was diagnosed, there really wasn't that much. We did a program out of Philadelphia, and these people are wonderful people. It's called the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential.
What a great name.
There's a whole story that, I don't know if you want me to tell the story or not. I don't want to.
Go ahead.
On forever.
As long as your phone's charged, you're good.
But it's fine. I thought, well, I'd have to turn it up this way again to see what the charge thing is. It's not showing me on my side. But anyway.
You have a sense of humor. You're funny. You're very witty.
I'll have to go at some point. I can't keep you on until dawn or anything like that. But it's really interesting because the Institutes for the Achievement of Human Potential is run, at least was, I'm assuming it still is, by a man named Glenn Doman. And they started, gosh, I want to say back in the 50s. I might not have the dates exactly right, but working with stroke victims.
Yeah.
And the main one they worked with, Glenn Doman got a call from Bobby Kennedy and Teddy Kennedy after Joe had his stroke, after
Right.
Joe Kennedy had his stroke, and asked Glenn to come down and look at him. And so at that point, and this place did work with Joe Kennedy to some success. But the thing was, they decided at that point, if somebody's brain is interfered with by a stroke, then why couldn't you take a child like our son was at the time, 2 years old, whose brain is still developing, and kind of not short circuit, but like
Yeah.
find different pathways through it to get to the same end, the way they were trying to do with stroke patients. So it really went from working solely with stroke patients to working with children from all over the world when it came to brain injury. They weren't calling it autism then. Now they do, but then they weren't. And that was an exhausting but fascinating journey too, going through that. But that really was at the time one of the primary things that we could find that was available, that sort of had a lot of heft behind it, that really had yeah. So we did that for about 4, maybe 5 years, until we were worn out and couldn't do it anymore. So
Mm.
I don't know.
But that's still a beautiful thing to be a part of. You know what I mean?
It was, and it was great there. It was, you had to go back, oh gosh, every 4 months, I think it was, for a week, and have your child reevaluated and get a new program. And you, the parents, this is all in my book,
Yeah.
but you, the parents, did the program. It wasn't like, you took your child to therapists and they showed you what to do, and you went home and you did it. So
Right.
that was an adventure. It definitely was.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. You're amazing, Dreama Denver, and it's
Oh,
really. I'm so glad our paths have crossed, and I hope maybe at some point when we're past all of this, maybe we can break bread and chat in person. That would be a
that'd be
beautiful
awesome.
thing. I would love to do that.
That would be great. I would love
Yeah,
that.
that would be really a blessing, and you're a blessing. All these wonderful stories and all this inspiration, all this joy, and the things that you've experienced in your life, and you're still there, and you're still standing, and you're still vibrant, and you still have a lot to say and do. And the forum here with this show, I guess, gives you the opportunity. A lot of people, I'm finding that a lot of people have a lot they want to share, to connect with people. And I'm very much like that in my way, on air and off, but they don't always have the platform. They don't always have the opportunity to do it. So I hope that in some small way, this gives, the guest, myself, the viewers, an opportunity to feel more connected than maybe we've been feeling in recent years.
Certainly in recent months, we need connection.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't tell you what it feels like to see a smile and to actually be interacting with people. We're
Right.
sort of, it's not working. Life isn't like that right now. So we need it more than ever.
Absolutely. And I've been blessed to be able to do it with you and the viewers tonight. Dreama, you're welcome back anytime. We can always go a lot shorter than this, but this was beautiful. This was wonderful. Thanks for
Fun.
all of the time that you've shared. We encourage folks to go to bobdenver.com. Stay in touch with me. I'd love to hear everything that's going on, everything that's continuing. Yes.
Those are at bobdenver.com too. Somebody said they love the bobblehead.
George loves Gilligan.
George and Gilligan together again. I bet they met somewhere along the way.
I bet you they
In the
have.
early days of TV, they did. But yeah, this is our cute little guy. And then let me see.
That's
George,
I
we got
love
another
that.
friend for you here. Wait a minute. There we are. Oh, wait, that's the one it's going the opposite way. There we are. Anyway.
And Jeannie
Oh, we
loves
got our
Jeannie loves.
Jeannie. I
Are
love
we
it.
are we still kids or what?
We are. We're
That's
always
it.
kids at heart. And I, honest and truly, I want to get, we'll have to email and let me have your address so this guy can join your
Oh
other
my God.
friends
Oh, he's
and
going
hang
to be
out.
part
I
of.
would love that.
Ah, he'll be a part of the show forever.
See,
Absolutely.
I would love that. That would
That
make me
is
happy.
that is beautiful. And there's a comment here from Christine. We need this connection now more than ever, like what you just said, Dreama. These
Yeah.
virtual shows have been lifesavers during our global pandemic times, with so much of our country still shut down.
Yeah.
And yeah, they love it. They all love this. When you had said, you can't stay till dawn, you know what Renee said?
What? Oh, please do. Oh, she's a glutton for punishment. I can tell.
No, they love it. They love it. They love it. Only the best.
No,
Only the best.
I just wonder when somebody goes to the archives, right? And they see like last night's show and tonight's show and probably other shows.
You have to
And
brew a
they say,
pot
and
of
they're getting ready
coffee.
to watch, and it says, 5.5 hours. Do they still watch, or do they actually set aside 5.5 hours? And that's amazing. Well, you can watch like the first hour,
You can binge and right. You can go back
and
to
fast
it.
forward and all that kind of thing. Yeah.
Exactly. Danilo
Social
and
media has, I have a lot of. I think there's a huge downside to social media, and I have a lot of arguments with
oh
some of it.
yeah. Yeah.
But
Me too. Yeah, me too.
it's provided things like
But
this.
yeah, right.
You
Right.
know,
Exactly.
like everything else in life, I guess, upside and downside.
We're all God's blessings. You're sure right, Danilo. We sure are.
Yes, we are.
We sure are. Well, Dreama, this was wonderful. And again, you're welcome back anytime. And we won't go this long next time, but you're welcome.
Thank you for having me.
My pleasure. My pleasure. The amount of time you've given. Are you kidding me? I think you and I should be getting Oscars, Emmys, Oscars, Tonys, Grammys, whatever it takes.
They should have. They've got the Emmys for TV, Tonys for stage. They need to come up with awards for
These kinds
internet.
of for a television.
Because so much is being done. And I'm going to say this, and I promise I'm going to shut up. But what has happened is, this has leveled the playing field.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, did you see the video? This was done early on, that Meryl Streep and two other actresses, whom I can't remember right off the top of my head, they did Here's to the Ladies Who Lunch.
Yes.
And they did it in little boxes like this.
Yes.
And they did it social distancing. And I was watching that and I thought, isn't that interesting? Because what I'm doing with you is the same playing field that they had doing what they did. It's just interesting how it's leveled everything out.
Absolutely. I wholeheartedly agree. The longer the pandemic goes, the longer the interviews go. We love these conversations. We need to focus on the positive even more so now.
We do.
We say friends are the family we get to choose. Thank you for coming into my living room in Canada, British Columbia, Canada for the last 4 hours. All the best to you. Keep safe. Love you. You have a beautiful son. Thank you for another great night. Have a great weekend. We look forward to more intimacy like this.
I just want to say that Bob and I worked all over Canada, and we really did. Canadians are really special.
Yeah.
They're really special people. The fact that they can live in all the cold makes them.
It's part one, right?
In my book, I'm like, okay, guys, you are
polar vortexes and.
But no, we worked in, oh my gosh, we worked in Winnipeg in February. You can imagine that. We worked in Calgary, which we loved. And we worked in Regina, Canada. And one other place, I can't. But we really enjoyed Canada. They were very welcoming and really lovely people. So.
That's a town. That's a town you do not want to mess up on air.
What, Regina?
The pronunciation. You do not want to mess up on that.
No, you don't. You don't. And
You-
it took us a while. When we were first going there, we're like, where are we going again? And they're like, Regina. I think it's in Saskatchewan, if
It
I'm not
is.
mistaken. Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we were like, it's not Regina. And they're like, no, it's Regina. And we're like, okay, all right, we got it. But make sure you say it just that way. And we're like, okay.
Practice it. Yeah.
Before you get here, over and over again. Oh, and then Windsor, Canada. That was the other
Oh
one.
yeah. Windsor.
Windsor,
Yeah.
Ontario. Yeah, we worked there too. So
Beautiful
loved
areas.
it.
Yeah. Beautiful
We loved it.
areas.
okay.
And it's beautiful where you are in West Virginia too.
It really is gorgeous here. It is so I grew up here and then I went away after high school. We moved to Florida and then I went to college, started acting and didn't come back for, I don't know, 25 years, I guess, maybe 20, 25 years. And came back here and it just, yes, it's grown, but not, there's a really nice slow pace.
Yeah.
You don't ever end up in a traffic jam. Well, rarely.
Right. You've seen the Hollywood and all of that already. And now you're in a place where you can breathe and the air's clean and it's greenery around you. And,
And I cannot tell you how many times I have, during all this, that I have thanked God that I am in West
Where you
Virginia
are.
during this. I'm on top of a mountain where I can go outside. I can take a walk. I can breathe fresh air. I'm not stuck in and I really feel for the people who are like pinned down in tiny little apartments in a high rise in New York. How do they do it?
with all the people.
Really, I feel very blessed to be here for this because we are, it's not been bad here. We have a nursing home right now that is the one that my mother passed away right before all this started, and it was the nursing home she was in, and they're kind of a hot spot right now, but as a whole, it's been pretty safe. You feel pretty safe here, so that's good.
Which is beautiful. Dreamer, we toast you. You still have that water bottle with you?
What did I do with it? No. Wait a minute.
Or if you don't, you could toast with the Gilligan bobblehead again.
Oh, come on. I had it.
You drank it.
No, I didn't.
Maybe when you got up to get the charger, you took the
I bet I
bottle with
took it
you.
with me. Oh, do I have to get up?
No, you have
I'm
the
getting
Gilligan.
choked up knowing I don't have it.
Yeah, you have the Gilligan still with you.
Did what?
Is Gilligan still with you? Their bobblehead. We'll
Toast
toast
with him?
with that. There we toast
right.
with Gilligan.
To
There we
you
are.
and your. So where am I here?
Yeah,
There we go. Boom. No, it looks like when I did it. Never mind. It's technology. We don't need to go into it again. But
You have a great sense of humor. I love it. You just roll. It's funny. It's funny. It's very self-deprecating. It's very, very funny. Have you heard this before? You must have heard this before.
what? That I'm self-deprecating?
And it is in a funny, witty way. It's terrific.
Oh, thank you. Well, I usually don't get this much time,
Look,
You're
you got
doing those 5-minute shots that we're talking about.
there's no time to be right.
There's no time to be funny or loose or easy. You're just getting it done. This
Yeah.
has just been relaxed and fun. So thank you for saying that. I appreciate it.
Oh, it's true. Saying that it could be a third career for you, comedy.
I can't.
And
I
after
think
all of
that would be
this,
the hardest. I think
Oh, yeah.
stand up would be the hardest thing in
tough.
the world to do.
it is tough. Yeah, it's tougher than drama comedy. Yeah, it really is.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Now I know that from my acting days. Comedy is much harder than drama.
Well,
is
it goes
to do,
back to what
but-
you said earlier too. Like when people recognized, hey, in order for Bob to be able to pull off and understand the nuances of the character Gilligan, he had to be intelligent and really understand it. And it's very, very true. It's
Yeah.
to understand comedy in that way and to pull it off in such a genius way. It's so true.
Yeah, it really.
That's the Gilligan
But a
touch.
sense of humor is a great thing, isn't it?
Absolutely.
I mean,
love it.
on the
love
days that I'm not, we all have these days. On the days that I can't find my humor, on the
Right.
days that just
Are tough.
everything feels heavy, and those are terrible days when, I mean, they're just heavy, dark, unhappy days. So thank you for saying that. See, we're just having a great time. That's all.
That's what it is. That's what it is, Dreama. Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
right.
Well, I'm glad that you had such a wonderful time. I really, really had a spectacular time with you. And again, I hope this exceeded any expectation that you had of what would happen.
It did. I'm just so happy that because of COVID, otherwise I probably wouldn't even
We've
know
met.
you. I'm so happy that it happened the way it did. So
Me too.
it's been great, and I will, recommend to all my friends that they watch it. I don't know if they'll do 5 hours, but
Yeah.
we can give them the chance. They can
Yeah.
watch for an hour and a half or something.
Yeah. And go get a sandwich and then watch later. Right.
Really, you can do that. You could like go cook dinner, then sit down, turn
Exactly.
on YouTube on the TV and watch it on the big screen. Oh gosh, okay, that's an awful lot of us, isn't it?
They love the Gilligan toast we just did, the toast with Gilligan.
If I can get him in the picture, right there we go. Yeah, you guys are wonderful. The audience is wonderful. I want you to know that I know that what we're going through right now is tough. It may get tougher. I don't even know what to expect. I don't know what you guys are.
It's all up in the air. Yeah.
I don't have a clue what to expect, but I'm going to remember all these lovely people on this broadcast, and I'm going to, just say a prayer for all of us that we get through what we have to get through
Together.
We can do it. It may not be fun, some of it, but we can do it.
And we have to do it together.
Yes, we do.
Together.
We do, and we have to. We have to prop each other up and try. I think everybody, I don't care how positive you are, everybody needs encouragement. We all need to encourage each other through all of this, because it's easy to let the heaviness of the whole thing drag you down. And, who knows what to believe. And there's a narrative on this side and a narrative on that side, and none of them match. And it's very confusing. And you think you've got it figured out, and then you don't.
Then it changes, right?
It changes. I mean, the mask thing, I'm not trying to start a mask argument at all. But I mean, we've heard so many different
back and forth.
I mean, I don't know what to believe about any of it anymore. So because they're mandated here where I am, when I go out, which isn't often, I put it on and go do what I have to do, and come on home. I try to comply with the regulations that they're putting in front of us, but it's a very confusing time.
It really is. That's why we need to, have things like what you and I have just done for each other and for the audience, whether people watch live or in the archives. It's very important. And, it's what life's really all about. And I tell people usually at the end of the show, I always tell them to do this too.
Relax.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very important to remember to do this,
Yes.
Very important, especially with all that's going on. You really have to do that, and to breathe from the diaphragm. Yeah, take a breath.
Breathe. Take a breath, and don't. I feel like I don't want to say I feel phony, because I really do try to do this, but I can't always. Like any other human being, sometimes it gets me down, but I really do try my very best to focus on the good parts, like the fact that I'm meeting all of your viewers and you in a way that wouldn't have been possible had this not happened. And, that in the midst of all of it, the sun is, so far anyway, the sun is still shining, and we can encourage each other. And we do have social media, which again, I have a lot of issues with sometimes, but that allows us to connect and helps us to stay. I mean, I'm trying to imagine if we didn't have this and we were quarantined, and I was up here quarantined alone, going with no outlet at all. I mean, there are blessings in the midst of all of it. Hard sometimes to find them, but they're there. So we just have to encourage each other and try to look for the light in the darkness, because I think there's always at least a glimmer of it.
Absolutely. I
You
agree.
guys remind me of this when I'm
Yeah.
having a down day. Okay, remind me I said all this because
Yes. Anytime you
sometimes I
are,
forget.
we are here. So feel free to watch anytime. Maybe you'll
I
be uplifted by
will.
watching, and you have all my contact information anywhere. If you're down at all, we're here.
Yes,
And like Kathleen said, always need prayers.
always.
Linda in Alabama is going to pray for everyone at church tomorrow.
Oh,
It's
yay.
again a wonderful conversation. God bless you.
And God bless you.
Kathleen in New York praying and saying yes as well. So, beautiful stuff. Beautiful stuff.
Really lovely things. You have a lovely audience. Okay. If you let me, I'll keep talking. So,
This was wonderful. I really, really appreciate all the time. This was amazing, Dreama. You are spectacular.
oh,
And I'm glad we got a chance to really see the essence of you through this platform of the Jim Masters Show Live. And again, you're welcome back anytime. And I thoroughly enjoyed it.
me too. And when you go to the ocean next, would you breathe deep for me? Or
I
do a
will.
little tiny video and text it to me just so I can imagine it.
Just so you can imagine it. Here's a little preview.
Oh, look. Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
I love
you live
Yeah,
in a
it's right
place
there.
where you can just anytime you want to, really.
That's there. Right.
Just
That's
pop over
there.
to the see, I don't
Yeah.
care about living on it, but I would love to
Right.
be able to
Within
get
range of it.
yeah, because we're like 5 hours away. Myrtle Beach, I think, is like 5 hours away from here. And I would love to be like an hour,
Yeah.
maybe 2 hours away. That it could be a quick afternoon drive and then come home. So
Exactly.
yeah, enjoy it for me, would you?
I'm about 7 blocks from it.
Ah, oh, oh, that
I'll,
hurts.
I'll take some video. Usually, because sometimes what I do with the show, sometimes there's times when if I don't have a guest scheduled, the audience just wants to chat with me. We chat about our day. I do video and I take them on location to the coast or
Cool.
beautiful, rose gardens or nature, or whatever. And then we sort of go through that. I took them to Denver. I took them to Red Rocks. I took them to the Netherlands. I took them to the Brady Bunch house.
Oh, wow. Oh, I
They're really
love
cool.
that. That was
Yeah.
so much fun, that renovation.
Oh, wasn't
I'm
that
an
great?
HGTV addict, so
Oh, one of my friends is the vice president of like creative for that. And there's really cool things they're doing with that. They did a Christmas version of that. And then we went to the house. Now, this goes back a little bit, but the house that was used in the TV series Family, Christy McNichol, Sada
I
Thompson,
used to
James
love
Broderick.
that show.
Wasn't that a
Yes.
great
Oh, I
show? Yeah.
love that. Was one of my favorites back then.
Very well written. Sada Thompson, brilliant actress.
Mhm.
James Broderick, Gary
Oh,
Frank,
yeah.
Meredith Baxter Burney, Christy
Oh, I forgot
McNichol,
all those people were on
Quinn,
it. I just
the
remember
Lawrence
okay.
family, the Lawrences of
Yeah.
Pasadena. Yeah. All the trial tribulations of family, and really a terrific series. That was an Aaron
Oh,
Spelling production.
yeah.
And
Wow.
he was interviewed
What's
once.
spelling?
Yeah, that was Spelling, because you
I
usually
had
thought of
forgotten.
Spelling more for like, Charlie's Angels and other things like that. He was interviewed in his later years with all the prolific television he was responsible for in the 70s, late 60s, 70s, and 80s. What was the TV series that he was most proud of all of them? He said it was Family.
Family. It was a good show. Ooh, I'd
Very
like to. I wish they would rerun that.
They need to rerun that. I have the DVDs, but Sony only released the first 3 years. The rest of the years, they sort of stopped making the DVDs. So
Ah,
you can see them on there are a couple of people who taped them off TV on VHS, and they're on YouTube.
mhm.
So you can see them. But I think like Antenna TV, Me TV, Tubi, they should rerun that, because some of those messages and it's so terrifically written that I think people today would love seeing that series.
See, another one that I loved, I think was about that same time period. If I remember correctly, it was ABC and it was called Life Goes On. Do you remember that one?
Yeah, yes, yeah.
It had like
Wasn't
the
Patty
Down
LuPone in that?
syndrome,
Patty
Down
LuPone with
syndrome
the
lead
mother.
character, and Kelly Martin was in it, and can't remember who else. That was when they took that off the air. I actually sat down and wrote a letter to ABC, which is something I wouldn't normally do because shows come and go. But I loved that. I just thought that was such an important show because it did have a Down. He was wonderful too. The
Yes.
Downs character, who was, I mean, a lead. I mean, he had to work every week. It wasn't like he just popped in once in a while. He was like the lead in the show. I just thought it was a wonderful show,
And the
and I
mother was, I believe, it was Patty LuPone, I believe, was the mother.
yes, she was.
Yeah.
She was.
Patty
And I
LuPone,
can't think of the guy who I can see him, but I can't think of the
the father.
man who played the father. I can
Yeah.
see him,
Yeah. But
everything, but it was just so impressive to me because Colin was very, very young then, and
right.
though he doesn't have Down syndrome, it was still special needs. So it was really interesting to me to see a character on television who, I mean, a main character who
Was
could carry a
celebrated.
show the way he seemed to be able to do it. It was
I
pretty
think that was
amazing.
one of the first times. That was groundbreaking. I think it was one of the first times
Oh,
you
yeah.
saw that on network television.
Yes, yes. And then another one I think from that time period, I think maybe a little later, was Once and Again.
Mm,
Sheila Ward. Do you remember that one?
yeah, that was a good
I
one
love her.
too.
I think she's so beautiful. So
Mm,
yeah, I remember liking that one a lot. I don't know if I would now if I saw it, but I remember then I did. So
good
see, and
stuff.
here we go, another
See,
hour.
put another pot of coffee on, right?
I don't know. I might have to go in and scramble some eggs if we keep this up. I'm
Oh,
just
that's
saying.
good. Could you put a little cheese on mine?
Okay, we'll do.
That's it. All right, Dreamer.
Okay.
Your legs probably.
No,
Are you gonna
I'm a
are you
floor
gonna be able to
sitter.
stand up?
I'm sitting on the floor leaning against the pillow. I'm good.
Are you
I'm
gonna be able
all
to
good.
stand up, or are you gonna be in Indian style?
Now, when I try to stand up, it may be a whole different story,
would
but But right now, it all feels pretty
Good.
good.
You're a blessing. You're a blessing.
Thank you.
It was really a
Thank you.
joy.
I had a great time.
I did too. I did too. This is like we're, at Saturday night at each other's homes or something. You know what I mean? It just feels like we're home.
Just
It's really
hanging. That's
just
what we're doing.
just
Yeah.
just hanging.
I'm gonna. Oh.
Okay.
See, here I
But
go
what
again. I'm
for?
gonna recommend. You may know about this show already, since we're talking TV series. I just finished binging on my first Australian family dramedy. You may know it already. I didn't. For anybody out there looking for something to binge on Hulu, it's called Packed to the Rafters. Have
Mm,
you ever heard of the show?
no. What's it about?
Australian. I just thought it was okay, I'm going to admit something here. I actually got teary when I watched the last episode because it was like, it's done. But I just read, for anybody who might like it, might want to go check it out. I just read that without COVID, they were back in production. It's being picked up by Amazon Prime 6 years later after ending.
I tell you, Amazon Prime is really taking over, right? They're getting all the good stuff now. Amazon Prime.
Yeah. So if you want to check the series out and you like it and you want to watch all 6 seasons, then you can look forward to at some point having the show come back on Amazon Prime. It was supposed to be 2020, but we all know
Yeah.
that may or may not happen. So may not probably, but anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got to stop.
Yeah. Look, Renee says last night we wanted to start a campfire and make s'mores. Tonight, like you said, scrambled eggs.
That's right. Scrambled
And
eggs,
Christine
little
says
toast, we'll be good
the
to go.
goodbyes are like a whole other show.
You know what Bob used to say to me? He used to go when we had somebody visiting, he would say, if they were going to be leaving on, let's say, Monday morning at 10, he would send me outside with them to the car at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Because he
And I
knew.
would go, what are you doing? And he would go, it's a West Virginia goodbye. They go on forever.
Yeah.
Get out there, do it now. And I would be like, okay, so see, honey, nothing's changed.
See, that's it. That's it.
We're still doing the long goodbyes.
And she's ready to cook scrambled eggs for us and everything, Bob.
Toast, the whole kit and caboodle, babe. I'm ready to do it. Pot of coffee, the whole works.
That's it. You take care. You be well. Let's stay connected, and hopefully, at some point we'll get together. That would be a wonderful thing to break bread. And you're definitely welcome back anytime. Again, we won't go this long, but you're welcome back anytime. And keep me posted on everything you're doing. I'd love to stay abreast of it.
No, we're friends now, so I'm sending you a bobblehead. I mean, we're we're connected. We're just gonna. You're gonna send me. I'm gonna send you my cell number so that you can take a video of the ocean and send me a little
I
minute.
will send you that.
Exactly.
Linda
So
in
everybody,
Alabama
you can't
says
get
you're
rid of me now.
adorable. Absolutely.
Okay.
Linda says
All
you're
right, Linda,
adorable.
thank you. Back at you, my friend. So, all right, now what do it? Can I? If I turn it up like this, is there a place where it says leave, or do we just go off?
I like that. You look like you're about to do a big announcement.
Dun, 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 dun. No, when you
And
turn us
folks,
off,
you
do
know
we
what?
just go off, or do I need to do something?
And folks, this is without any wine.
No, not even
Could you,
any
ima-
water.
could
It's
you
just
imagine? Right? Somebody
no.
spill your
Oh,
water.
if we were doing wine, it wouldn't be. It would go on till dawn. I'm
We
guessing.
love these long shows. Why not? And a show of joy. Beautiful.
Oh, thank you, Christine.
Good nights, goodbyes like the Waltons. Good night, John
Good
Boy.
night,
Good
John
night.
Boy.
Yeah, good.
Good night, Mary Ellen. Good night.
So I will take you out of the screen, and then there's probably a disconnect on your
Okay,
on the link.
but you'll get rid of me first. Okay, I just want to make sure.
Oh, I will never get rid of you.
Well, you know what I mean.
We
You'll
will
take me away, and I don't have to take my. I
go
don't have
back
to.
into the green room where the lobster and the champagne and the chocolates are. The green room that you were in.
Oh, you know, I was looking forward to the. Do you have salmon puffs?
Yes.
Back there by any chance?
Yeah.
Okay. I am so on board. Okay, I'm heading for the green room then.
We have craft services here that are very good.
All right. We love craft service. Yes, we do.
Take care, my friend. It was a pleasure.
It was great to meet you. Thanks, Jim. Bye, guys.
Absolutely. We'll see you again. You be well. You stay healthy and you take care, okay?
You too.
And
Same
thanks for
thing.
all the time and everything that you've shared with us, the essence of who you are and your wonderful life. We really are blessed by it and we appreciate it.
Thank you. I feel the same way. See, we're friends.
Absolutely.
It's a done deal. That's all she wrote.
Deal. Bought and
Okay.
sold. Bye-bye now.
Bye.
Take care. Fantastic. Wow. You guys really had some wonderful comments and we love it. This was fantastic. All of these great comments that are here, too numerous to even show all of them, but there was no intention to go this long. There was no intention to go this long last night, but I think it's cool. This is really rare, I think, what we've got going on here. Again, DREAMA loved every second of it. Scott last night, matter of fact, I spoke to him, Scott Schwartz, after the show, and then this morning. He loved last night. DREAMA, we're going to be chatting after the show. And I'll keep you posted on things that she's up to. She absolutely loved it. All the guests just really are loving the amount of time that we're giving them. But also, I'm loving it as the host, and I know you guys are as well. You're really getting a good essence of who the people are and why they do what they do. And she, like some of our other guests, very expressive, very open, shared so much of her life with Bob Denver, her life, of course, with her son, Colin, the books, working with the veterans, other projects, and just, I don't think, some of these guests have really had opportunities to express themselves in such a elongated, extensive, deep, meaningful way. And it's almost as if the sense that I'm getting, I don't know if you guys are getting it too, is that it's like bubbling up inside them, that they've wanted to share so much of their lives and they've not really had opportunities to do that. And this show is affording them that opportunity. Again, we do short shows too. We do shows where it's, quick, an hour. I don't think we've ever done a half-hour show. Even the pop-ups are longer. But, people stay with it for as long as they want. You can always watch it in the archives. You can always binge watch as well. But you can watch an episode like this and get a full understanding of who she is and why she does what she does, what inspires her. Me too, with some of the things that I share with the guests as well, elements of my life and experiences. And you guys share so much of your life too, which I think is very, very special. and rare. You don't really find this anywhere this day and age. Maybe years ago you did. Maybe they spent a little more time years ago, but you just don't. And I'm, here doing the show, hosting it all this time, and just loving it. It's unique. It's different, right? Tomorrow night is going to be all music. It's going to be a lot of fun, live performances, music, and so much more. We've got a wonderful guest tomorrow who is also a fan of our show, and he's a great friend. Jerry Castaldo is here tomorrow. That's right. Going to be rocking the house tomorrow. So we're going to have a lot of fun tomorrow. We won't be going as long as this. These have been deeper conversations and celebrations of life, and with Scott and with DREAMA and some of the other guests. So we won't be going as long tomorrow night. However, we're going to have a heck of a time. Live music, all kinds of conversations, comedy, and so much more. Jerry Castaldo is a singer, songwriter, musician, comedian. So it's going to be a lot of fun with Jerry in the house tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, live here exclusively on the Jim Masters Show Live. Those of you who have stuck with us, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And Jerry is with us tomorrow. And then Monday, Jerome Brooks Jr., a phenomenal actor and composer, and he's really incredible. He's with us on Monday. We thank very much DREAMA Denver for being with us, sharing her life, all these beautiful pictures. These are from her personal collection that she shared with us here exclusively. She had put all these together from her personal albums at her home there in West Virginia. And she shared them with me so I could share them here on the show exclusively. If you missed any of these earlier, we had a great conversation about all these. That's DREAMA with Bob. DREAMA is there as well. DREAMA and Bob, of course, was on Dobie Gillis. He was Gilligan on famous Gilligan's Island and so much more. That's DREAMA and Bob as well there too. She talked about some of these shows, and one of the last appearances of Bob Denver together. They look beautiful there. What a beautiful, stunning couple there, right? That was one of Bob Denver's last appearances at the TV Land Awards on TV Land before he had passed in 2005. I remember when I heard that Bob Denver passed. It was very sad, very surprising, because he was so youthful and spirited. And, life is short. That's why you got to celebrate the moments, as we were talking about. Another shot of DREAMA and Bob. You can see the love there between the two of them, huh? And there's Bob Denver with his son, Colin. Really beautiful shot there, huh? And there's their son, Colin, as well. And that was really nice. This is a tribute that it was in Variety magazine. CBS did it in a Variety magazine. It was an ad celebrating Bob Denver when he passed, 1935 to 2005. And there was, they did a special on him as well. And from a 3-hour tour to a lifetime of memories, you'll be missed. Bob Denver, 1935 to 2005, loved CBS. And this is on the back cover. Bob and DREAMA. When DREAMA was pregnant with Colin, they're at their home, California, Bob and DREAMA. There's Colin again out on the deck there in West Virginia. Now he's, I think, 36, she said. Here he is when he was a kid as well. As she mentioned, no communication at all. She hasn't heard "I love you" or any of that, and you can only imagine what that experience would be like for somebody has a son that she loves so much, but the communication isn't necessarily there. And she opened up about that in a beautiful way that maybe, hopefully, inspires somebody else that's going through something similar. Beautiful child with gifts aplenty to give. There's DREAMA and Bob again. This is when they were in the Oval Office at the White House, playing director. when Bob was on Love Boat as well. And again, always free honor flight, being involved in that. She's so blessed by being involved in that, celebrating the veterans who have fought for our freedom. Really beautiful. I always like to just do a recap of the photos at the end in case anybody missed. There's the book, available at bobdenver.com. There's discounts and more, she said. Winning the Book Excellence Award. There she is doing a book signing. Look at her with the kids. You can see the smile on her face. Can't do that right now because of everything going on, but she certainly does it with Ashley. And then people have been sending in photos of their children with the book, which is a campaign they're doing right now. When we showed this beautiful video earlier in the show, if you missed the video that we showed that she supplied to me in our show, which I appreciate her doing, it's on YouTube, but it was actor Kevin Sizemore did, celebrating the book and talking about the book. These are children across the country who have the book. Isn't that cute? That's Grady. And this child is in a box plane. Cute, huh? And of course, there they are on that 3-hour tour. Gilligan's Island, all of them there. Jim Backus and everybody. Marianne, Ginger. Mm-hmm. As in Dobie Gillis. There's the book she was talking about, Gilligan, Maynard, and Me, when he was Maynard and Dobie Gillis and Gilligan on Gilligan's Island, written by Bob Denver, available at bobdenver.com, and Gilligan's Dreams, written by DREAMA Denver, available at bobdenver.com as well, and an updated version coming in the fall, and of course, 4 Bears in a Box. Very nice. Couple comments coming in, and then we're going to wrap it up here. And some of you are really. Good night, Jim. Good night, all. Kathleen, thanks for sticking with us. And blessings to your mom. Keep me posted on everything. I want this to be all over so we can get together with your mom and take her to a nice New York diner and have a, corned beef on rye with soup, pea soup or something. Oh, that sounds good right about now. Oh, it's kind of late for that. Thank you, Kathleen. 2 long conversation nights, enjoyable and truly get to know the guests. Thanks. My pleasure, Christine. Absolutely my pleasure. And I try to show the guests as many. There's so many comments that come in. I can't show them all, but I try to show as many as possible. Here's a big one here. I will duck down so I can read it. What a lovely evening. Now, if you notice, before I read this, if you notice, and maybe you can mention this to some of the other folks who were here earlier, you notice you don't hear the clicking and the noise that you heard earlier. It was coming from DREAMA's end because of using the iPhone. It's a funky thing. Again, this is technology. But sometimes when a guest uses their phone for the video and the audio versus a laptop, computer, PC, tablet, phones are funky because you're dealing with the phone lines and apps and all kinds of things that are running on the phone simultaneously. And sometimes you can get that. This is what you were hearing in and out. And it's weird. Sometimes you heard it on my end, but that's because here's why I think it is. Not that anybody even cares at this point. I think it's because the phone is being used the phone is so small. So she's speaking into the phone for the microphone part, but then she's also hearing the sound coming out of the phone, not with the headphones. Probably should wear headphones. So what's happening is, as my sound is coming out of her phone, her little phone right there in front of her, the microphone that she has that's right there is picking up my sound and creating an echo effect. So it's not happening on this end. A couple people thought we had mic issues on this end. It's actually not happening on this end. Everything here is top grade, and we did major upgrades and stuff. I think it's when a guest uses the phone, and because the mic and the speaker are so close on a phone because of the size of the phone, they override each other. So her voice is going into the mic and it's coming out nice and clean here because I have the headphones on. But on her end, when my voice comes through, it's coming out of her speaker on her phone, but her mic is so close to the speakers, it's creating that garbly-gook sound. That's what I deduced tonight, because we've actually talked to our streaming company. We've talked to our cable provider. We've been talking about this for weeks. I've wanted to know what causes that sound sometimes on the internet. And you hear it on major TV networks. You hear it on old shows sometimes. It's not perfect. So I think that's what it is. I think it's when the guest uses a phone, the speaker on their phone and their mic are too close. So it creates that echoey, delayed situation. So for Merlin and Linda Odell and Danilo and some of the other ones earlier who were saying there's clicking and this annoying sound and the mic is a problem and blah, blah, blah. It's the phone that, it's that phone that she was using. So I think maybe the best thing is I'm going to suggest the guests maybe use a laptop, use their PC, use a tablet. Because if you notice right now, you don't hear any of it, right? When she left, you don't hear any of that sound. It's clear as a bell, clean, great picture. So that's what it is. I wish those other folks that were here earlier that were hearing that sound. Well, Renee's always on the case. Renee will tell everybody, or Christine will, or Kathleen will. The clicking was coming from the phone elsewhere. Beautiful comment here. This is what I could either do this or do this, but since I've been standing so long, I'll do this. What a lovely evening. Thank you, Jim, for being our new friend. We welcome you into our home. And it has been a really relaxing, wonderful afternoon and evening. Yeah, basically afternoon and evening, right? Friends indeed are family. The family we get to choose. Thank you from. And, Ann Hampton Calloway. Yeah, we've been introduced to you and thanks to Ann Hampton Calloway. When I had her on as a guest, you've been introduced to our show and to me. Thank you. Wonderful world of love and levity. Thank you. Take care. Keep safe. Wonderful weekend. We look forward to the next time we can invite you into our home. And thank you for coming into our home studio as well, Crystal and Michael in British Columbia. And one more here. Do you know yet if you're going to do an interactive viewer show tomorrow lunchtime? Just post or let us celebrities know when you decide. That I will. It's going to be a busy day tomorrow because we got a lot of elements since it's going to be a live performance. Jerry Castaldo is going to perform live, and we have a lot of video and photos and a lot of elements to tomorrow's show as opposed to just a conversation. So I'll see. I'll try to see if I could do something, but these shows have gone so long that it's almost like we did 2 pop-up shows on top of it. But if so, I will post on the Facebook page of Jim Masters TV. And spread the word about the YouTube channel. We'd like to get as many people to subscribe to the YouTube channel as possible. That would be great as we're building that further. I don't let these noises bother me anymore. It is what it is when working with devices and internet. And you know, because you do the stream for the church. So you probably pull your hair out. Yeah, you probably, might even think of a word that you can't say while you're in the church when you get aggravated when you hear the noises. But definitely if a phone is used, it seems like with an iPhone too, if a phone is used, it's a situation where the microphone, see, like right here, our microphones are set up, in front of me here, but the speakers for the rest of the technology are not on top of the microphone. And that's key. If the microphone, and I know this from doing radio broadcasts on location, radio shows, if you ever see somebody has the microphone when you're at a wedding or an event and they get too close to the big speaker, you hear, you hear all this sound. It's the feedback. The microphone is too close to the speaker. The sound coming out of the speaker is being picked up by the microphone and then fed back. And that's what's happening. I know we're talking technology here, but that's this third time where somebody used a phone where that sound almost like a telephone sound, like a fax machine sound happened. But fortunately, it wasn't throughout the whole thing. It was just here and there and came and went with it. So it's the phone. It's when you use a phone. So I think I'm going to have to tell you guys, try not to use your phone. Some people, that's all they have is the phone. So, use what you get. Your shows have gotten so long that even one show is like a binge watch of multiple. But we love them, Jim. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Love doing them too. And again, we thank DREAMA Denver. She's amazing. Beautiful person inside and out. She's welcome back anytime. I hope we do get a chance to get together. Yeah, you notice that, right? When you use the phone to do the live, since you're outside and do have the sound problems, sometimes you have areas of broken sound, or even if you do picture transitions, stuff like that, it could be the same thing. You get like a delay or a boing. If you notice, there was a split second where her picture went black and then you saw the circle and it came back. That's a lot to do with the phone, a lot to do with the phones. We don't use the phones here. The technology, this is too big to use phones, for the output and the, we use here, we're using high speed, high level, everything from, the lighting to the set to the technology. We have all brand new technology we just invested in about 2 weeks ago, specifically for this show too. Investing a few bucks in this show to grow it and keep it as unique and special as it is. As we said, I already previewed this with DREAMA. Relax, breathe, you guys. And DREAMA said to breathe, take care of one another. She had some beautiful messages tonight. Wonderful, wonderful, inspirational messages. And what I liked is when she got down on the floor and she was sort of leaning in, you could see how comfortable she was with all of you and with this scenario of our show. Again, this show has taken on a whole different vibe, although this is the vibe of me anyway, but just the length of it. Again, we won't always have shows this long, but the last two have been extraordinary because the guests have just had a lot to say and I don't want to cut them off, and I'm enjoying it as much as you guys are. So we'll let them roll. Who's to know when we'll ever have an opportunity to do these things again, right? Life is short. Tomorrow's not guaranteed. So, and like DREAMA said that too. DREAMA, a lot of our guests have been saying that. I think because of what we've been going through, a lot of our guests who are wonderful people, and I, carefully select who our guests are. I have a lot of people who bring guests to me. There's a lot of guests who want to come on the show. There's people that I know personally. I have people in the industry that have told me about guests. They're telling each other, but I'm selective about the guests. They all have something to share and all have something to say. And I think that's a beautiful thing. I might be the host and the star of the show, but I think you guys are the stars as well. You, and all of you. Willie's in bed, but Willie always looks for the blue star. So if she looks at this in a rerun. So that's true, Renee, about the phones. Yeah, I would suggest not, if there's any way not to use phones when doing this takes a lot of system energy. A lot of technology is being used to do a show like this. A lot of resources, electric, internet speed. We have the fastest possible that you can have. We had that upgraded a couple of weeks ago, and you got to have everything in place. Otherwise, you're going to have a lot of technical issues. But if you notice, everything's fine right now. So it is the phone. Sometimes weather can play havoc too. So, and that's something that you really can't do anything about. You just got to plunge through. I mean, we've done a couple of shows where, there was no snowstorms yet because we started this, I think in like April or May, but where there's been rain and thunder and lightning as well. We have one person on our Zoom calls for work this happens with. I am used to it, and I guess that is why you ignored it. Yeah. When it's the the phone, the Zoom also ties into, I think, the phone lines as well. It's whenever there's the phone involved. So that's why we don't use the phones here. For this show, we don't. For this show, we don't. All right, gang, we're going to wrap up. Boy, those scrambled eggs that she was talking about and the coffee, a little cheese on there, maybe a little onion on that scrambled egg. You know, there's eggs in the kitchen here. Do we have bread for toast? It's Saturday night. This is like Saturday Night Live, our version on the Jim Master Show Live. I don't know. Maybe we might be whipping up some eggs right now. Dreamer made me hungry talking about those eggs. Renee with the s'mores. You guys were looking for s'mores last night? And Jennifer Barry. Jennifer Barry's not here right now. I was going to have our lights, the crew was going to turn our lights off so we get that cool effect she likes where you see the richness of the backdrop. We'll do that. I think I told her I said I would do it Sunday. So maybe she'll tune in Sunday. Another comment coming in. We are all reflecting during these times. Did you see where my headphones popped off? I know I pulled on something. Now, if I was on television, my professional work, I would have been probably aggravated over that. But this is fun. It happens. My hair has got a mind of its own tonight. We are all reflecting during these times, life. The reset you speak of is happening. Next week will be 5 months of these times. That's hard to believe, isn't it? Almost half a year. Each day we have is definitely a blessing. There are people who were with us 5 months ago who are not, of all ages. So the fact that I am here and you are here and we are here, it's a beautiful blessing. It really is. No, Linda, we don't. No, we're too far north. I'm in the Northeast. I'm here in the greater New York area on the coast. We're between New York and Boston. No Waffle House here. I know, because they're usually 24/7, right? You can eat in the restaurants here, but not a lot of people are. I mean, it's limited. It's got to be social distancing, there's spacing, disinfecting, all of that. But I don't think a lot of people are really eating too much in the restaurants. A lot of takeout. A lot of people are doing take. We've done it. We've done takeout Chinese, takeout dinners, takeout fast food sometimes, salads, takeout, usually because of our schedules. But I know, Waffle House. But there are eggs in the kitchen. Maybe we'll scramble up a couple of eggs, right? That's pretty light. That's not too heavy to go to bed in an hour or so. All right, gang, we got to wrap. Whew, you guys talk a lot. Love you all. You take care. You be well. It was a pleasure. Jerry Castaldo, great night of music. A lot of fun tomorrow. Music, comedy, entertainment. It's going to be cool. These last couple of nights with these really cool conversations have been special. And having all of you guys here is just no Waffle Houses there in Iowa. You go there when we go to Tennessee. Yeah, when we go to back and forth to Florida, which is about a 21, 22-hour, 23-hour drive. Waffle Houses sometimes are where we stop off. Sometimes Stuckey's too. I don't know if they have those. Those are down south. Bickford's. You know, I do like Perkins, but I heard Perkins is struggling. When we came back north, we were in Florida for Christmas with the family to visit family that are there. We stopped off at a Perkins in Savannah, Georgia, off I-95. It was delicious. I had pot roast with mashed potatoes and corn, and I think there was apples with the crumb on it, and it was really, really good. It was delicious. But the waitress, it was very empty, and the waitress was like, unfortunately, we're not doing too well. People aren't coming to family kind of restaurants anymore. They're going to either high end or fast food. So hopefully Perkins will stick around. Another one is Bob Evans. We've gone to a couple of Bob Evans too. You have the Perkins there. Hopefully they hang on, especially with, there's a lot of restaurants that are struggling right now, big time. Please get rest and you relax too, Jim. You have had shows lined up every night for you now. I know it's a lot of work. Absolutely. And you have Perkins there in town. And Crystal and Michael are still here. she I will bend down. We'll give the floor to Crystal Ray. In Canada, we are hearing that you are having a death a minute in the United States. The United States has not exactly been in a great place right now. That's why the border between Canada and the United States, for one of the first times ever, is closed. You're our fabulous, friendly neighbors to the north. We're your fabulous, friendly neighbors to the south. But the border is actually closed as a result. We hold you close from afar and can't even imagine what everyone is going through. Masks, people wear masks. You're a frontline end-of-life nurse for 37 years and can't stress enough, wear your mask. I think it's, I'll finish this. If you're not comfortable with your mask, you certainly are not going to be very comfortable on a respirator. Keep safe, people. Use common sense. People, one person a minute. Cannot even imagine those numbers in my worst nightmare. You gotta wear the mask. I know there's this whole debate about it. And for some people, I know it's very tough. So then maybe if they can't go out in public with the mask, maybe, there's somebody else, maybe you can have home delivery of groceries, or there's other things that could be done. But it's so determined. Health, science, I think that everybody has sort of come to an understanding that the social distancing helps, because you see dives when it's done and when people are wearing the mask. And then when there's areas where they're not, got to get on the same page. Is it convenient? No. Is it awkward? Sure. But the alternatives, as we're seeing, are worse, far worse. So you got to wear the mask. Get one that's funky, colorful, that says something, and at least when you're outside, because when you wear the mask, you're doing it for the other person as well. Now they've determined for yourself. And when the other person's wearing the mask, they're doing it for you. So everybody's doing it for each other. Social distancing, wash the hands, like mom always said. Basics, clean around the house, and all the things we got to do. We just got to keep doing it. I mean, 5 months is a long time, but as opposed to not being here or having a loved one or friend not be here, I'll do whatever it takes to make sure that I'm here and my loved ones and friends are here. So again, that's my thought. It's just something we've got to do. We've just got to do it. And you're right, Crystal, and you're on the front lines. You're an end-of-life nurse. You're there. You're an essential worker. You're in health and science. So beautiful comment there. So wear the mask, social distance, wash the hands in between 20 seconds. I have 8 masks in my purse. Wear one each day and wash them at the end of the week. Yeah, that's a good idea, because you should wash them every day if you only have 1 or 2, but to have 8 different and then at the end of the week, very smart move. Good thing to do, Renee. All right, gang, rest well to you in wonderful Alabama. Thanks for being with us, gang. So simple. Wear masks, social distancing, wash hands, take that seriously. Wearing a mask is the love of others and ourselves. We will have longer, the more people don't complain. That's right. This is going to go on longer and longer and longer if people just keep arguing and yelling about it. It's such nonsense. All the arguing and nonsense about it is ridiculous. It doesn't make you any less of a strong person if you have a mask on that could save your life or the life of somebody else. That's common sense. Anyway, we all have our own 2 cents, but I think we need to get on the page together with this, because we've got our family, our friends, colleagues, neighbors, everybody involved here, children going back to school. There's a lot to think about. not just here in the United States, but our neighbors to the north, the south, and all around the world. So we gotta come together. Lovity. That's what it's all about. All right, gang, we're going to wrap up. We want to get this wrapped before midnight. We're not going to go like last night into tomorrow. So we'll wrap it up now. Thank you very much for being with us. Another extended show. These two shows are like, New Year's Eve marathons or 4th of July marathons, when a TV station will run a marathon of The Honeymooners or The Twilight Zone or The Odd Couple or something for like 24 hours during Thanksgiving weekend or New Year's weekend or 4th of July. It seems like that's what this has been like. And we've loved it. We're going to take off. You guys have a great night. The few of you that are still with us, I love it. And again, if you want to see any of the episodes, right there are all for you on YouTube at Jim Masters TV. So we're going to wrap up. We love you guys. Wonderful having DREAMA Denver here on the show. She was a blessing, wasn't she? She had so much to say. She was surprised and I was surprised. We've been chatting for weeks. We've been putting this together, she and I. And I think she knew about me. I was very familiar with her, but I think we both surpassed each other's expectations tonight. And you guys came through as always, making the guest feel so welcome and so loving. And that's great. Good night, Jim Lovity Marathon Show. Thank you very much, Renee. You as well. And once again in Alabama, you rest well too. I might have a scrambled egg or so maybe before I go to bed. We'll see. I'll let you know tomorrow. Jerry Castaldo, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific tomorrow on the Jim Masters Show Live. We're going to wrap up, or it's going to become like DREAMA said, a West Virginia goodbye, where Bob Denver, Gilligan, used to have her go out at 8 a.m. or 8 p.m., whatever it is, before the family left at 10. If the family said they were going to leave at 10, Bob would say, DREAMA, go out at 8 because it's going to be a 2-hour goodbye. That's funny, isn't it? I love that she shared so many wonderful stories, very touching stories. We are going to wrap up. We say good night. Love you all. You take care. Be good to each other. And thanks for all the time with us. We really appreciate it here tonight on the Jim Masters Show Live. 4 hours. Whew. Who can I bill? Can I bill anybody my time? See you guys. You have a good night. Take care. We'll see you tomorrow. If you're here, great. If you're not, we'll think of you. We'll raise a glass in honor of you, and you can watch the show in the archives. If we do a pop-up, I'll let you know. I'll post it on Jim Masters TV on Facebook. If we don't, that means I'm still sleeping. Or we're working on all the elements, a lot of elements for tomorrow's show. Big show tomorrow as well. And a great week of guests coming up. Another comment coming in there. That's my goal was to wrap these things up in an hour. Originally, we're supposed to, I started it almost 14 weeks ago. We were going for an hour show and try to get it done in the same day. I know. This is like the Jerry Lewis telethon almost. I think I could have hosted that. I've hosted a lot of telethons over the years on television. I think I would have been great at hosting one of those all-nighters. All right, who's our next guest coming in from Vegas? Alan King is with us tonight. George Carlin with jokes. See you guys. Have a good night. Lots of levity and lovity tonight, and deep, meaningful conversation as well. Good night. Sleep well. Enjoy this evening immensely. Thank you. I'm glad you did. Take care. Keep safe. Love you until the next time. Love you as well. Spread the word. Keep telling everybody. More and more people discovering the show. They can watch for as long as they want. They can watch in the archives. I think we've got something pretty special here. The more I look at this and I study this show, I think we've got something really special. And you can hear it from the guests. They love the levity. They love all of this. Something I'm thinking, the wheels are turning inside. We got a lot of cool stuff going on here. So everyone take care. Your new goal, LOL. Good night again. I know I better wrap because it's going to be midnight. So I'm going to have a scrambled egg, I think, or two. Good night, gang. Love you. You take care. Probably see you on Facebook. If not, we'll see you tomorrow right here on the Jim Masters Show Live. Coming to you from the home studios on the coast. This is Jim Masters. Thanking you for your time this time. Till next time. We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for all the great comments and all the love and support. We appreciate it. Good night, everybody. See you tomorrow.